Recording stopped.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Can you see
Yes,
my full screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can see, ma'am.
Okay. Should I stop sharing?
No, yes, ma'am. We can stop it now.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's always the hardest part.
Ma'am, I'm audible. Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
இல்ல எனக்கு நான் பேசுறது கேக்குது.
Ma'am, because the video is playing, like that.
Okay, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Patricia. Hi.
Would you like me to start?
Yeah, shortly we'll start.
Okay,
I'm
thank
Dr.
you.
Neelam Bigay. I'm your chairperson for this session. Welcome you. So 9:15 we'll start.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, Dr. Rajan.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi,
Good morning.
Jyoti. Good
Good
morning.
morning, ma'am.
I'm waiting now.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, if it is possible, make blood one, ma'am, background.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
fine.
Yes.
I have BMS econ also.
Okay, ma'am, but the blood one can give a good image on the screen, ma'am. I'll send you the screenshot.
Okay, fine. I'll do that.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have changed.
Now look, ma'am, very nice, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Hello,
You want me to
Dr.
use that too?
Patricia. Hi.
Oh,
Oh, this is
hello.
Dr. Lakshmi here. Hi, how
Very
are
nice
you
to-
doing?
I'm well. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Hmm.
Hello, Dr. Mahalakshmi.
Hi, madam. Good morning.
Good morning. Nilambigai ma'am, good morning.
She said to join.
It's really nice of you, ma'am, Dr. Patricia, to have really accepting our invitation for this BMS Econ and coming as guest speaker. And that too, we have disturbed you during your Thanksgiving time.
My family said, because we eat turkey, which has a lot of tryptophan. And they said, you better not be sleepy.
Yeah.
I'm very, very honored to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Hello, Dr. Rajan. Good morning.
Morning, ma'am. How are you, ma'am? Now it's okay, feeling better.
Daughter has come today morning, only 6:30 she arrived.
Oh, that's nice, ma'am.
Yeah.
Enjoy the these days. She's leaving, ma'am?
My daughter arrived today morning only, ma'am, from California.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm glad she
She's
had a
here.
safe journey.
Yeah, she's here. Morning 6:30 only she arrived.
Oh, wow. That's nice.
Lakshmi, we are waiting for Dr. Neelam Bigay to join.
Ma'am, session started at 9:15, ma'am.
Oh, for that we are waiting.
Okay, yes.
Is the MC going to do some small recap or something?
Definitely, ma'am. I think so. Jyoti, before that,
She'll just start.
the moderators are there, madam. They'll do something, ma'am.
Okay. New dress, Rajan. Nice.
That one, madam, that our Teachers' Day celebration. Same dress, ma'am.
Ma'am, என்ன சொன்னாங்க? MC என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு சொன்னாங்க?
The moderator should give some introduction, no? Jyoti, before you are starting the session,
That
Are you
I'll
there?
do, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
I'll do, sir.
You can tell that briefly about the previous day celebration program.
Yes, sir.
Not much. And
Yes,
a
sir.
second day, like that.
I'm prepared for it, sir. Yes.
Okay, good. Jyoti,
By
switch on your video. Jyoti, switch on
by
your
the
video.
probably by the time she finishes her recap, it will be 9:15 and we'll be ready to go. Is that okay, Dr. Jyoti?
Yeah, that's good, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Jyoti, can you switch on your video?
Yes, sir. Switched on, sir.
Okay, good. Because they may take a screenshot when all are coming in the screen, no?
You'll tell me when to start. Okay.
Dr. Nilambigai, ma'am.
Yeah, she's joined. Dean KVG Medical College. At least she's there in the meeting. Video is on.
Then what happened? Went out. Hi, Lakshmi.
Hi, ma'am. Good morning.
Shall we start?
Yeah, Dr. Jyoti,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
you can give the recap for yesterday.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Shall we start, ma'am?
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead, Jyoti.
A very good morning, one and all, and welcome to day 2 of BMSC Count 2021. Hope you all have enjoyed scientific events on day 1. So day 1, we started with the inaugural program, following which we had keynote address by Dr. William Stringer on long haul of COVID. In that talk, Sir has enlightened us on what are the various forms of post-COVID sequelae and what are the signs and symptoms with which the patients are presenting post-COVID, and what is the role of exercise therapy, rehabilitation therapy, and other modes of alternate medicines like yoga in the treatment, and how it aids in fast recovery in post-COVID patients. Following which, the next session was by Dr. Dinesh Kumar Srinivasan, Associate Professor, Yang Lu Lin, Singapore, and Sir spoke on integrating technology in blended learning. that is how they shifted over from physical mode to online mode in this COVID era, and how they cope up with managing practical classes and dissection in this post-COVID era. And the next session was by Dr. Kumar Satish Ravi, and Sir spoke on researchers in anatomy. What are the various challenges that are faced in research in this COVID era? And he also discussed on the solutions to overcome it. And the final talk of yesterday was by Dr. M. Prakash Hande, and the talk was on telomere genomic integrity in DNA in the context of aging. Sir explained on what is aging, approach to theories of aging, and academics in aging. With this, we move on to day 2 of scientific session. Hope we'll have a great day today also. And today, the first talk is on innovating teaching and learning using social media, teamwork and professional skills, training to engage students in learning by Dr. Patricia Halpin. For this, we have with us 2 chairpersons. One is Dr. Neelambigai ma'am, Dean and Professor of Physiology, KVG Medical College and Hospital, Karnataka. And the other chairperson for today is none other than our Dean Health Professions Education, Dr. V.N. Mahalakshmi. I welcome you both on behalf of the organizing team, ma'am. Dr. Neelambigai graduated from Tanjavur Medical College in 1984, and she has done her post-graduation in physiology from the prestigious Madras Medical College. She is an accomplished professional with 26 years of experience in teaching and research. Currently, Madam is the Dean, KVG Medical College and Hospital, Sulia. She has presented many research articles and review articles, and to her credit, she also has many renowned awards. Ma'am is a reviewer of many reputed journals, and she is also a professional life member of Association of Physiologists of Tamil Nadu, Indian Association of Basic Medical Sciences, Women Doctor Association, and so on. And ma'am is a 4th president of Association of Physiologists of Tamil Nadu. We are happy to have you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti. At the outset,
yes,
am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, at the outset, I'd like to appreciate and congratulate the whole team of the 2nd International E-Conference, AVMC Medical College, and thank Dr. Lakshmi and the team for inviting me to share this wonderful session of Dr. Patricia. I'd like to introduce Dr. Patricia.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
one sec, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm here to, yes, ma'am. I'll introduce our next chairperson, ma'am. Then you
Okay,
can take
sure,
over, ma'am. Sorry
sure,
to
sure,
interrupt.
sure. No
Yes,
problem.
yes, ma'am. So our next chairperson is Dr. Mahalakshmi. Ma'am is the Dean Health Professions Education in AVMCH. Ma'am is a pediatric surgeon, and she did her MBBS from Kilpack Medical College, MS Surgery from JIPMA, and MCH Pediatric Surgery from the prestigious Madras Medical College. She is also a Harvard scholar, and ma'am is doing her PhD in medical education. She has done a WHO certified program in hospital management, and she is an expertise in medical education. She has around 10 publications, 8 copyrights, and 11 chapters to her credit. She is also the proud recipient of Women Achiever Award of the year 2017. We are very happy to have you, ma'am. Welcome to the conference, ma'am. Now I hand over the session to the chairpersons to introduce the speaker.
Good morning, Dr. Mahalakshmi. Yeah. Okay.
You after a very long time.
Yes,
Well,
yes. Nice to see you, Mahalakshmi. Okay. To introduce Dr. Patricia, Dr. A. Halpin, PhD. She is a PhD in Physiology from University of Connecticut, postdoctoral research fellowship, Dartmouth Medical School. She is currently Associate Professor of Biological Sciences and Biotechnology, University of New Hampshire in Manchester, USA, and also Section Chair of the American Physiological Society. She teaches undergraduate courses in pathophysiology, animal physiology, endocrinology, and ethical issues in biology, adding active learning activities such as dramatizations, songs, skits, and debates engages students while enhancing their learning. Using the flipped teaching method allows more time for in-class activity, which raises students' confidence level in the subject and enjoyment. Adding introduction videos with discussions and team-based learning to ache sickness course creates a learning community and lessens students' feeling of isolation. Embedding etiquette skills into courses enhances students' profile and prepares them to be successful professionals. She has many publications, medical education. I was going through all her publication. I was amazed and astonished by her determination, dedication in enhancing teaching and making interesting to the students at all levels. Hats off to you, ma'am. So I thought of implementing that also in our curriculum, if feasible with this. And adding to this COVID scenario, we are into this online platform. And I could see that you're already into this online, using the social media, Twitter and so on, to increase or enhance the knowledge of the students. So as we see, the medical graduate, when he comes out of this curriculum, should be equipped with interpersonal skills, professionalism, communication skills, and so on. I saw one interesting article by ma'am writing a thank you note. It was actually very nice effort. Students do not have the gratitude at all. We could see as the generation goes on, as the years go on, they do not have the habit of telling thank you to teachers, maybe to their friend. Something like thank you to parents and to teachers is missing now. So I was very much happy that madam have taken that, and she has seen a nice change in that, and the workshop was done on that. So this actually about the hidden curriculum, which is not taught, but now this our NMC with the CBME is trying to come up with this etiquette of teaching attitude, ethics, and communication. In that, this professionalism saying thank you for the parents, teachers, and in the clinical side with the patients is a must known quality. So with this introduction, I welcome you, ma'am, to deliver your talk.
Thank you very much for that kind invitation, that kind introduction. And I want to thank Dr. Jatia for inviting me, and my dear friend Dr. Omlata for recommending me. And today is our day of Thanksgiving here, a national holiday in the United States, and I'm very thankful to be with all of you. So thank you for this opportunity. So here we go. All right, let me tell you a little bit about where I'm teaching. I am at the University of New Hampshire, but our college, as you can see here, is located separately from the other colleges. And most of our students live at home. And so they're non-residential students, and they're all undergraduates that I teach. And so I teach in the biological sciences and biotechnology programs. And the majority of our students are interested in healthcare careers. And so the most popular is physician's associate, or PA. And then the second most would probably be pharmacist, or become a pharmacist. And then third would be medical doctor. So that's actually third. And so I wanted to also say that some of the examples I'm giving to you today were a few years ago in face-to-face before COVID, and then since COVID and during COVID. So a little bit of everything: partial flipped, synchronous, remote via Zoom, which is what we're doing now, of course, and then asynchronous classes. So a little bit of everything. And so the first one I wanted to talk about was this pre-health professions seminar course that the students used to have to go to the main campus, drive very far for them, and it was very inconvenient. So I started offering it. It's 2 nights a week. So on Monday evening, they have guest speakers that come, and they learn from them. And it could be guest speakers that are in the profession. It could be medical students that are in the school right now, or it could be students that had just finished applying. So they give them advice on how to apply and where to apply and things like that. So it's very useful. And then also how to prepare their application. And then on Wednesday evening, they meet in small groups. We're still face-to-face. And then they talk about usually whatever we went over on Monday. So it's 2 nights a week. And this was not convenient for our students because most of them work part-time and some of them work full-time. And so to drive to campus 2 nights a week was not convenient. And so I had to redesign the course. And so Monday evening, I still kept the guest speakers, some of them face-to-face, but this is a couple years ago, and started Zooming, which of course we all do now, but back then no one was doing it. So it was really a wonderful opportunity to bring in guest speakers from all over, like me right now. So, and then Wednesday evening, they still had the small group discussions, but I moved them to Twitter. And so how I designed that was each group had their own hashtag. So if you remember, the name of the course was INCO 403. So this would be group 1, right? And this would be group 2, and so on. And so therefore they could find their group's tweets by just putting the hashtag in. And then I always had to start the discussion each week. So I would ask a few questions, usually about what we went over on Monday. And then the students took over. So they had to answer one of my questions. Then they had to ask their group a question. And then they had to answer a student question. So that really kept it going around. So they were very engaged with each other. And sometimes it continued for a while, which of course is wonderful. So they were engaging with each other. And the best thing about this, of course, is it is asynchronous. And our students are night owls. I don't know about yours, but they'll be doing this assignment at 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning while I'm sleeping. So it is asynchronous, and they have 24-hour access to Twitter, of course. And I cut the discussion time period to only 48 hours. And in my experience doing these types of asynchronous discussions, the more time you give them, the more spread out the class is. So you get the ones that are early, the ones that are late, and no one in the middle. So 48 hours was just about right. So they only had from 6 p.m. Wednesday, when the normal session would start, to 6 p.m. Friday. And that was fine. Everyone was able to participate. And so this was a study. And so we asked them, and they, did you prefer to use the Twitter discussions as a tool instead of face-to-face class meeting? And they said it helped. Yes, most of them said it helped. Yes, I did, because it helped me fit it into my schedule. And then I did not have to be on discussion on campus, sorry. And then I could reflect on the questions before answering them. And I think this is really important, that we don't often give our students enough time to reflect, because we're so busy trying to make sure they have the content. And oftentimes we're in class and we say, any questions? Okay, move on, right? We're only giving them a couple of milliseconds. It's also very important for English language learners who really need extra time to think about it, because they're translating whatever we said into their own language, thinking about it, and then translating it back to English. So they're not going to be able to respond immediately. And then also it helps shy people, just the people that don't like to participate, because no one is looking at you. That was a common answer, right? And then again, allowed more interaction than the in-class discussion. And then here in this category, they could write whatever they wanted. And I just chose this because it was representative. It's effective and we don't have to drive to class, because again, some of them live very far away. So this was a great way to do this class. And now this is how I always teach it. So it's wonderful. And then the next topic I'm going to be talking about is student engagement, which we know is always a challenge for all of us. And if we have what's considered a very hard class, the students already have some anxiety, and they've already heard how tough it is. So before they even get to class, they may be nervous. And how do we know if the students are understanding the course concepts? And I chose these pictures deliberately because the students are paying attention. They're looking at the front of the class. But if we look at their faces, we really can't tell what they mean, right? It's very neutral, and they could be understanding everything. They could be confused about everything. They could be hungry and hoping that class gets out early so they could go to lunch. They could be tired, whatever. They could be stressed about their exam in the next class. So we don't know if they're understanding when we're looking at them in the class, even if it's on the screen. So the best way is to ask them, right? And so this study was done with a partially flipped pharmacology class. And the first 4 weeks, the instructor made videos of the course content and assigned them to the students. And then the students had to identify what concepts they found difficult. And so in the previous version of the course, they had to fill out a Word document and they had to write what they found difficult. They uploaded it to their learning management system. And this was about 150 people in this class. And then the instructor had to download every single one. And then he copied the comments and then he put it in a word cloud. And then he could see which were the largest words, which meant the most responses. And then he created the lectorial to review. And this took him forever. So we reached out to my colleague, who's an analytics professor, and asked for his help. And so the first thing we did was have the students tweet what they found was difficult. So only 2 to 3 concepts, and we taught them how to use Twitter. And then he designed the software program that collects the tweets, parses the tweets, extracts the difficult concepts, and then creates a word cloud, and then emails the instructor the word cloud. And then the review session could be designed. So really fast, very, very fast, and very, very efficient. And so obviously this saved a lot of time. And so we asked the students about this. And so knowing I would have to tweet which concepts I found made me review the material more carefully. Most of them agreed. Isn't that wonderful? They reviewed. We love it when they review. And then participating in the Twitter discussions helped me to understand some difficult concepts. And then, do you feel the use of Twitter increased your engagement with classmates? Not really, and that was understandable. We encouraged them to tweet with each other, but they really didn't. So we're not surprised that they said neither. The largest response was neither agree or disagree. And did you feel the use of Twitter increased your engagement with the content? Most of them agreed, so that was wonderful. And then did you feel it increased your engagement with your lecturers? And that's wonderful, because remember the first 4 weeks is asynchronous. They don't meet in class. And so that was wonderful that they felt they were engaged, because we did tweet with them on there, every week. So that was a very successful redesign of that type of assignment and again, asking them what they found difficult and then focusing the review session on the most common things they found difficult. So that was great. And then the next topic I wanted to cover was teamwork. And I chose this cartoon because I think it really represents how everyone plays a part in a successful team. And I think we know our students don't like it because they tell us they don't like it. And oftentimes, they're doing teamwork in labs. They have a lab section, and since COVID, I've actually been having more teamwork with my remote classes. So I've been making them do non-lab teamwork. But typically, we know what usually happens if you have a team of 4 students. One dominates, tells everyone what to do. One does nothing and is happy to sit back and watch. And then 2 people do a little bit. And then what usually happens is someone's going to complain about one of their teammates, right? And of course, this means that things aren't working well. They're not working together. The whole point of the teamwork is they work as a team, and they're very disconnected. And so I thought about that and said, all right, we need to really back up and talk to them about why teamwork is so important, and really frame it that, teamwork is the dream work, and this is it. It's very, very important. And ask them initially what makes them a good team member, right? What are you bringing to the table? What are you bringing to the team? Not what everyone else is, but what do you have to offer? And so I used this program, Menti. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. It was new to me, and I absolutely loved it. First of all, it's free, which is always wonderful. Second of all, it's really fast. And so you just show the slide, the website, and then the code. And while I'm showing the screen, the students would do this on their phone. So it was very quick. And then it also builds this word cloud in real time. So that was really fun, that there's no delay. So as they're putting their responses in. And so I said, all right, you have to write what 3 words describe you as a good team member. What are you contributing? And it was really nice to see the largest responses were helpful, friendly, communicative, supportive, patient, caring, diligent. These are all wonderful skills. So it was really starting them out, thinking about what they're bringing and what they're bringing to the team. And then I had the next class, because they weren't doing their teamwork activity yet. I had another short, so this only took a few minutes. That was a nice thing too. It only took a few minutes. I had another activity, and they went into their breakout rooms, and I said, all right, each person say 3 unique things about yourself. And I added rated G, just to be clear. And then if you could go on a free trip, where would it be? Of course, not many of us are traveling right now. And so we can all dream about that next trip. And I didn't say free initially. And so when I went around and visited the breakout rooms, they were having a really hard time with this. And I said, oh, it's free. And then they went, oh, well then I'm going to go wherever. So I made sure the next time I did this to say free. So that helped a lot. And then the final thing is, who would you bring on your trip and why? And of course, some of them were very cute and said they'd bring their mom. So they got extra credit. No, I'm kidding, but it was very fun. And then they reported out. And so I had each group only say 1 unique thing and one response. So it wouldn't take forever. And then a final, activity I did with a different class, our fall semester, which is what we're in right now. It's right in the end of summer. And so again, I put them in the breakout rooms. This is a different class. And I said, all right, what are 3 fun activities you did this summer? because this was a hard class and I knew they were anxious. So try to get them relaxed. And most of them said they went to the beach. So that was great. And then I said, all right, what is one activity everyone in your group had in common? Again, they have to talk to each other and share. And they also, they had ice cream. They went out for ice cream, which is a very common activity. And then I said, all right, what is one unique activity that one of your group members did? And the one I liked the best was that one of them went skydiving. I'm like, wow, I haven't heard that before. So again, it only took a few minutes. This had nothing to do with class, but it got them to get to know each other a little bit better. And oh, also another unique one, because we're all only looking this much at each other. I remember one student, she was 6 feet tall, 2 meters tall. And how would we ever know that? Because we're all sitting down. So fun things like that. And again, it only took only give them a few minutes, and they get to know each other to build a team. So another class that I teach, this is ethical issues in biology, and they do debates. And I give them the topic, I divide the class, and I tell them what side that they're going to be debating of the issue. They don't get to pick. And I said, all right, the first thing you need to do is pick a team name. Again, they have to decide and they have to work together. It has to be an animal. And then you have to pick a team color. And the color has to be a shirt color. Again, this is all by Zoom, that everyone has the same color shirt. And so they have to decide. So these were some of the names they came up with, very cute. The Crimson Caribou, the Cuddly Koalas, the Black Panthers, the Blue Jays, the Platypi, the Funky Frogs. And in this one of the young men in the class said, wait a minute, is that our name for the whole semester? I said, that's your name for the whole semester. You agreed. And so then I would always say, all right, the Crimson Caribou are against the Cuddly Koalas this week, and whatever. So I would, for the rest of the class, I referred to them by their name. And so why it was very important for them to have a team color was for the debates. And I keep this class very small, and it's accelerated and hybrid. So there's only 12 students, which is wonderful. And so here they are getting ready for their debate. And why is it so important? So you can actually see, let me see if yep. Who's on the team with the white shirts, right? The Cuddly Koalas versus the Black Panthers. Because on Zoom, you can't arrange where their pictures are like you would in the classroom with the chairs facing each other. So this way it made it very organized, very cute. And they gave me their permission to use their picture. So I've done this several times now, and it works really well. And they enjoy being able to pick their team name. So I think really also emphasizing, I don't think we do this enough, that teamwork's a professional skill. And no matter what their job is, they're going to have to work as a team, whether it's in the clinic, in the lab, in a workplace, and they're going to have to work with different team members throughout their whole career. And there's no job that you could have where you're not working with other people. And I always give them the example, even if you're an artist that lives in the middle of the woods and you're a painter, how are you going to get your painting sold, right? You still have to work with a team of people that are gonna sell your work in a gallery and whatever, And so it doesn't matter. So I think to really make them think more, it's a professional skill, and to practice it and really work on it hard when they're first in their undergraduate years. So really to frame it like that. And so the last topic I'm going to talk about is etiquette. Right. And I think you're right that we assume they have all these skills when they come to us. And just talking to the students, they don't. And so, and also professional. And we know this from how they address, I can only speak for myself, when they send us an email and they just say, hey, I'm in your class. When is the assignment due? Right. Or hi Halpin, or hi doc, or whatever. It's not professional. And so they really need some direction on this. And so I do it in class. And the first time I did this, we had a whole workshop, and now I compressed it to make it a mini workshop. And so basically emphasize, and I think this resonates with the students, they're creating their own brand. And how they act in class and outside of class, and how they communicate with us, either via email or in person, is who they are. That they're creating their own brand, and they're in charge of that. And also they're the university brand. So when they go off into the world and they're a really good worker, what's the first thing people are going to say? Wow, where did they go to school? They're wonderful. And then if they go off into the world and they're a really horrible worker, what's the first thing someone's going to say? Where did they go to school? They're awful, right? So they have our brand on them too. And I think they don't realize that as well. So emphasizing both those things is very important. And so then we started doing the thank you note assignment, and I bring guest speakers into all my classes. And I had my Career Center director do it with me the first time, and she helped me design the workshop, and I do it now every time without her actually, because she's very busy. And so the first thing is to tell them, who should get a thank you note, and sometimes they don't even know. So if you have an interview, right, then anyone that you meet along the interview, you should be writing them a thank you note. And then if you have an internship or shadowing experience, which we require all our students to do, a capstone project, then whoever their direct supervisor is, they should be writing them a thank you note when they're completing that. And then their academic advisor or anyone who writes them a letter of recommendation, they should be writing them a thank you note. So there's a lot of notes they should be writing along the way. And so I made this a class assignment, and they get 10 points for it, which isn't very much. And they have to do it for every guest speaker. And I gave them a rubric, and we went over this. And so right away, punctuality is very important. So 24 hours after the speaker came in is the deadline. So they have to do it they have to be punctual. And then they have to have an appropriate salutation. Dear Dr. Halpin, right? Not hey or hi, Tom, or whatever. And then they have to actually close, and I tell them to say best regards and their full name, right? And then they have to state what the talk is about and include the date of the talk and the class. Because I say, what if that speaker was in many classes the same day or the same week, right? Thank you very much for coming in my Ethical Issues of Biology class on May 21st, 2021, and talking about genetic privacy. And then they have to add at least one more sentence about what was their takeaway. What did they really find interesting? Add that one more very special moment to share with the speaker. And of course, it has to be error-free, and then they would get a perfect score. And then you can see where points could be deducted. They forget to sign it. They're not appropriate in their signature. It's late. The focus of the talk or the date was missing, things like that. And so this has worked really effectively. And like I said, I do this with all of my classes, and anytime there's a guest speaker in. And a lot of times the guest speakers love them. And a lot of times they write back to the students too, and they actually start a dialogue with them, which is wonderful. And then I say also what would be inappropriate for the note would be to ask for a job. That's not appropriate. Or say someday you'll hire me. I hope you'll hire me. That's not appropriate. And initially some of them would do that. So I make sure I say that very clearly. And they do this the whole semester. So it varies which type of class has the most guest speakers. But when we sent this paper in for publication, it was the first time that reviewers said, thank you for writing this. Never had a reviewer thank me for writing a paper. So I think there is a need, as Dr. Natajaran said, that we're assuming they have these skills, and then we're surprised that they don't. And so the best way to do it is to embed it in a class and just keep them doing it, right? Everyone doing it. So I wanted to also share some of the resources for people. Like my introduction said, I'm the teaching section chair for the American Physiological Society, and there's a lot of free resources available for instructors. And this is the LifeSci TRC, and there are a lot of instructors have put in PowerPoint notes, activities, lab activities. It's all free. You just have to create a login. And of course, always go to see the teaching posters at meetings. Gives you great ideas. It always gives me great ideas. We're having a meeting next year on the Institute on Teaching and Learning. It's all about teaching. And it's really fun to get great ideas from people. And it's mostly workshop based. So you're going there to bring something home back with your class. And then we also have a really large physiology educators community of practice we call PCOP. And if you sign up on this list, you get a blog every month that talks about different teaching topics from the perspective of the instructor. And you can also write one. We're always looking for authors to write one. And of course, it's all free. And the journal that I love to publish in and read every month is Advances in Physiology Education. And this is open sourced and it costs nothing. And so we know now that a lot of the journals are going open source, but a lot of them cost a lot of money too. So this one is remaining free for eternity. So that's a good, I keep checking. I'm like, you're not going to charge, are you? I'm like, no. And then some other exciting news is that the American Physiological Society is creating a Center for Physiology Education. And I was lucky to be on the asked to be on the task force. And this is moving very, very quickly. Sometimes we have great ideas and they tend to move slowly. And so it's going to be a home for physiology educator resources, faculty development, mentoring, and a lot of other things. So it's being developed right now. And some resources will be APS members only, but some will not. And all that's being decided right now, but it's going to launch next year. So keep an eye out for that. And I'm very excited about it. And so I wanted to thank you again. And these are my references again. And here's my contact information if anyone wants to reach out after the session. And I realize I spoke a little bit quickly, sorry, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Patricia, for that very nice and excellently presented, I would say a hodgepodge of a lot of things, but it all came around in the digital professionalism, what we are trying to develop during this COVID era. And I really liked the way that you had redefined the Bloom's taxonomy and taking it appropriate for the current generation of students. Like we all find a little difficulty in transitioning to the digital environment because we have to make an effort to go into Zoom or into Twitter or Facebook. For us, these are still a little, what do I say, not so part of our DNA. But our kids, actually, for them, that is their environment and the milieu in which they thrive on. And I especially like the few things like which you have brought in for professionalism skills, like teaching them how to write a resume or how to interview yourself when you're talking to people and writing a thanks note or changing how we can do a flipped class by means of doing pre-watching the videos and then coming back and telling us what is that you found it very difficult. Like when we try to introduce any of the new teaching learning modalities, it is not that the students don't take it. They definitely take it. But what we find difficulty is that it is not that they come out and tell us what is that they don't like. What they like, maybe they tell us because they want to keep us pleased. What they don't like or what they find it difficult, getting that information is almost like a digital extraction. That is how it goes. So that is something which I really liked about it. And what is more coming across in the talk for me is the enthusiasm with which you had pursued, right? Because it is beyond what we normally consider it as part of our responsibilities. Thank you very much for a wonderful lecture. And we'd really like to connect with you and then get some of this information, some more sessions done for our students. If it is okay with you, I'll take Dr. Lakshmi's help for that. Over to you, Dr. Nilambika, ma'am. That's my feedback.
Thank you, Mahalakshmi. It was a wonderful presentation, Dr. Patricia. As I said earlier, you are into education and making the students love the topic, whatever it is. Instead of a one-to-one thing, we are actually doing a didactic lecture for about 45 minutes without actually. I actually like that slide where you showed that picture of students. What are they actually thinking, right? Are they listening? Are they doing something they daydream? What is that? We do not know. So as you said, by these interactive sessions, we could really bring some wonders into understanding physiology or whatever it is classes, and they also would come up with nice things. And I also like that the way you had developed a team building, right? That was also very interesting. And I understand it is a small group, right? You make into small groups and then you do this team building workshops, isn't it? Not that whole 100 or 150. I could understand it is nice thing. Yes, Patricia? It's a small group, right? A small group you are into?
Yeah, either 3 or 4 students.
3 or 4 students. That's good. So it's nice that, and coming up with the color code and the team name, it's really interesting, and they really will look up into it and they try to compete, as you say, for debate or whatever small group things. It's very interesting. It's a bonding session for them and really to work them as a team. So once again, thank you and congratulate you and hope you continue doing this. as Dr. Mahalakshmi said, we will also like to be in contact with you, that we could also establish something here to make, apart from a regular thing, it would be nice. Thank you once again. Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. Yes, Dr. Patricia.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes.
I look forward to hearing from you.
Yes.
There is one comment in the chat box, Dr. Patricia. This is from Dr. Bhavana. She really liked the way that you assigned the names and colors for the team, and she feels that it will help them to bond over and be more competitive at the same time as they are trying to build their teams. I think that's the only comment I see in the chat box, and there are not many questions. Could
they pick their name. They pick their name and their mascot and their color and everything.
Yeah.
So it gets them talking.
Yeah. Could you tell us a little bit more about your Twitter-based discussions? Like, how did you initiate the topic, and what did you find that for the topics chosen by students, the sub-questions which they have posted? Was it a branch of the original discussion, or how do you curb when it is going beyond the limits?
Well, I've done this with several different classes and several different types of classes, and always the same format, that I start the discussion talking about the topic. And so it's something that they should all be able to answer, and then they have to bring content in, right? And they have to be able to, to keep the discussion going. And actually with a different class, one I didn't mention tonight, I'm actually teaching a class right now on diseases of the 21st century. And so they have to do some readings. I give them readings, and it's all asynchronous. And then I ask them questions about the readings, and then they have to bring in an article on the topic. And then they have to talk about it. And then each student is bringing an article in and asking the class a question. And so now every student does that, and then every student has to answer a student. And so they really find great articles too, really good articles. And they have to be recent, and it's very fun to read what they're bringing in. And it's oftentimes things. So what do we talk about? We were talking about food safety, and I said they have to talk about any type of food, a recall with something like, salmonella or whatever. And they were finding all sorts of things from all over the United States. So it was really interesting from different perspectives. So it makes them research more, and then they get more excited about it too. So it just really they feed off each other. So that's really fun.
Do you think at any point of time you need to club in some discussions because it is going beyond the topic of discussion or the area of interest? Because sometimes we do find that happens when we give them a free rein. So is that an issue, or how do you tackle that if it is?
The first week I give them a lot of attention, and I really closely monitor it to make sure that they don't go off track, because sometimes they would post an article that's not on the topic. And I just say, oh, that's a very interesting article, but you have to talk about malaria or whatever or yellow fever or something like that. And then I'll message them. I'll say it politely so everyone can read, and then I'll message them privately and also remind them too, and ask if they have any questions. And that it's usually a lot of work the first week, and then they get on track.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah, the other question which I had is, like we saw you have used Twitter a lot for all these open discussions to initiate topics. We also saw how you have done using Zoom breakout rooms. What are the other social media platforms you have used? You have used Facebook or WhatsApp for any of your classes or talks or discussions? Because what we saw during the pandemic, our teachers were very comfortable using WhatsApp as a source of communication with the students. So quite a few things were done in this regard. So could you share some experiences on that particular aspect?
The only experience I have with WhatsApp with the class was actually with a group in Brazil. And so we connected my students with a class in Brazil. So the students could practice their English. And so they talked about course concepts, and they practiced their English. So one of my students was paired up with a student in Brazil, and that was really fun. First tell me about yourself. Where do you live? Something easy, and then talking more about science. And then right now I'm using Padlet. I'm using Padlet for the course discussions. And I think that solves a little bit of the privacy issue, because sometimes people don't want, especially now Twitter is, it's really crowded. it's very crowded, especially since our former president made it very active. And so moving to a different, so now I'm using, this semester I'm using Padlet for the first time. And I like that too. So I like that you could put a lot of pictures as well on there, that every article you put up automatically puts a picture. So that's fun. And the students seem to be liking it, and they're very interactive. So, and again, keeping the time frame short is, I found, either 2 days or 3 days is the most successful.
Okay.
Don't give them a week.
Yeah, that's very nice. Other thing you showed was a very cute tool, Menti, right? We use the official version of Menti. Very often we have done a lot of fun activities other than exploratory questions, which helps you to form word cloud and all instantly, which you can do for any of the workshop purposes. Menti is also a great tool for conducting fun quiz because the students can join with their own chosen emoji. So if you have about 100, 150 students joining, it's very fun and you can get a real lifetime score, which takes into account not only the correct answer, but also the time in which they have answered. If they answer quick, they get more marks and things like that. So that is another interesting tool which we had opened up during this thing. And so is Socratic, I think. That's some of the tools which we have used in our faculty development as well as professional development activities for students.
Oh, wonderful. I like both those ideas. I have not used Socratic yet.
Okay. Socratic is also nice. Only thing is the free version comes with only about 50 people rather than the paid version. So we use the free version of that particular thing. Yeah, I
Yeah,
really
that's
like
sometimes the problem. Or that the students have to pay a fee, which I don't like to have them to have to pay another fee. And one other thing actually I thought of that I do with my students when we were in the class is they all got colored cards. And then I would put a PowerPoint slide with the questions and each one had a color. And so again, it's quicker than using any of those polling because they just had to raise a color. And at first they would be very shy, you know, so no one could see. And then as the semester went on, they were in each other's faces and waving it and and having a really good time. And and I bought the cards, so it didn't cost anything. So that was good too.
Yeah, that's very nice. I think the way to go forward is ensuring that the students develop the so-called digital professionalisms and soft skills for the 21st century. I think we need to focus much more on that. You have the advantage that the students finish the bachelor degree before they come to medicine, so they are a little bit more mature when they come. But unfortunately for us, that we get kids who are just 17 or barely 18, and we need to teach them a lot of life skills along with medicine. That is the challenge we face as educators in India, making them bridge that adolescence or teen gap and then come back to it. So this is what is the thing, challenge which is there. But I'm sure that your talk has given us a lot of interesting ideas to follow, not only for the first year students, but also for the students higher up. And I personally think that what you had written is about resume writing and interview skills. I'm going to start one program for our housemen interns. I think we'll try and catch them for their career building exercises with these activities. I think with that, I'll pass over to Dr. Nilambikai. Madam, would you like to give some closing remarks?
No, I think it was a wonderful session as you had added up many queries, and as you said, it is a dream for us to make come true in our place. I hope eventually or shortly we have to do it. I think Mahalakshmi is already tapping on it what to do for the next current year. We'll start with the first year, then you start with the intent. We'll see how it goes on. Thank you, Dr. Patricia and team AVMC for this wonderful session. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. It was an honor.
Thank you, Dr. Patricia. It was wonderful listening to you. Yeah. We will again get in touch with you. Yeah. For another session for our students. Yeah. Thank you.
I would love that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mahalakshmi. Thank you, Dr. Nilambikai, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Welcome.
Thank you. We would like to honor our speakers and chairpersons virtually. On behalf of the organizing team, I thank our speaker, Dr. Patricia, for enlightening and illuminating us with your talk, ma'am. I also thank our chairpersons, Dr. Mahalakshmi ma'am and Dr. Neelambika ma'am, for taking your time amidst your very busy schedule, ma'am. Thanks for being with us today. Thank you all. Thank you once again. And for the next session, I hand over to Mrs. Hemalata. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning, one and all. Welcome you for the second scientific talk. The speaker is Dr. E.S. Prakash, Professor of Physiology, Massachusetts University School of Medicine, Georgia, USA. Sir will speak on experiences using Zoom as a video conferencing and lecture capture technology in a flagship medical curriculum across the campus. A personal perspective. On behalf of organizing team, we welcome you, sir. To chair this session, we have here with us Dr. Vishnu Bhatt sir and Dr. G.K. Pal sir. Dr. Vishnu Bhatt sir is Director Medical Research, Professor of Pediatric and Neonatology, AVMC, Pondicherry. He is having vast experiences in teaching undergraduate, postgraduate, postdoctoral PhD and DM students. Publication, Sir's credit 364 scientific papers in national and international index journals, 64 chapters in books, and also edited book in protein energy malnutrition. Sir also edited book in NICU protocol of JIPMER. He has academic interest in pediatric neonatology and also in a medical education. Sir has number of the awards in his credit. Some of the award to mention: Best Scientific Paper Award, JIPMER Scientific Society in 3 times, B.N. Santa Krishna Award for Best Paper, Oration of National Neonatology Forum 2013, Oration of JIPMER Scientific Society 2014, Raj Neokan Oration 2016, Internal Oration during JIPMER Research Day 2017, and Dr. Shanmuga Sundaram Oration Award in 2019. We welcome you, sir. It's my honor to introduce the second chairperson of the day, the very well-known physiologist, Dr. G.K. Pal sir. He is a professor in senior scale, Department of Physiology, JIPMER, Dean, Faculty Medicine, School of Medical Sciences, Pondicherry University. Sir did his MD Physiology, PhD from JIPMER, DSc, BNYT Naturopathy and Yoga Therapy, MD Yoga, MD Alternative Medicine. He is also a program director and office in charge, SITER JIPMER. Sir is editor-in-chief, International Journal of Clinical and Experimental Physiology. He is a president in Indian Association of Biomedical Scientists, General Secretary of SOP. He is having 35 years of teaching and research experience. Publication, sir is having more than 2 centuries of scientific research papers in national and international index journals, 5 books in his credit. Sir has received 17 awards for the research. For his academic excellence, he is honored with Chambati Dubey Award and Gold Medal in Medicine. He has also received the extramural grant of 2.3 crores. We welcome you, sir. Now I request the chairpersons to introduce the speaker. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Very good morning. I would like to request Professor Bhatt to speak few words before I, introduce and speak about little bit about Prakash. And I would like Dr. Bhatt to speak few words first.
So good morning to everybody. Dr. G.K. Paul, the well-known physiologist and my former colleague at JIPMER. Dr. Prakash, he was our MD physiology student, and now he's the professor at the USA. And I'm happy to see all the participants as well as the organizers. And he's going to talk an important issue during our COVID. And I'm sure that we will learn more from him. Dr. Paul will officially introduce him because he was his teacher and JIPMER. So Dr. Paul, you can take over.
Thank you, sir. So very good morning, all of you. Respected Professor Bhatt, the Dean of the Dean of AVMC and other dignitaries, Lakshmi, Prakash, Jyoti, and all others. It is my privilege to share this session as a chairperson with Professor Bhatt, a renowned pediatrician and the former director of JIPMER, and he was an asset to the institute, and I'm sure now he is the asset to AVMC. Actually, when Lakshmi contacted me for chairing this session, I was a little reluctant because currently I'm the president of Indian Association of Biomedical Scientists, and our annual conference is going on for 3 days at NITE University, Mangalore. In fact, yesterday it was a jam-packed program. Today also it is very much jam-packed. And to find out time to do this, I thought that I may not be able to do it. I had some program currently going on there, but then I took excuse for something else. Then I made myself available because Prakash is the speaker here. I wanted to meet him at least online, and I'm meeting Prakash online after a long time. He was our student, I remember, between 2002 to 2005, and he did MD, at JIPMER, a brilliant student. When he was with us, completed his MD, did I think little less than 1 year of his senior residency. Brilliant student, brilliant resident. I'll say, two experiences I have, apart from his academic, acumen, achievements. We conducted 2 national conferences during that period. One was the IABMS conference, and the second, that was in 2003, and the second was APPI conference in 2005. I found him so much, helping us in all aspects, That time actual technology was not developed that much, but that time I could realize he was developed himself, so well acquainted with technologies, and that was a great help for conducting these 2 conferences. Actually, he was the pillar of strength for the 2 conferences. I remember what he had done for us. Apart from that, academically, he was excellent. Actually. A brilliant student, that is why I said. Then he joined University of Health Sciences in Malaysia for a few years. Then he shifted to USA, and now he's there as professor of physiology at Mercer University, Macon, Georgia. I'm really so happy to see that when a student of ours reaches such a height, I'm sure it is the beginning of his career, and he is so young, and he'll prosper much more. In fact, in the department, when he was a student with us, that time he introduced, and I was also partly involved in that, the HRV system, HRV analysis in the department, and that was actually the HRV concept was coming up, the heart rate variability, and he was so good in technology, and he helped us so much to establish the initial part of the heart rate variability investigations. Cardiovascular function testing is his area of interest. Actually, was cardiovascular research and cardiovascular medicine and academics, and that is how actually he had developed his keen interest. In fact, he had published one paper in international journal, which has been cited so many times, on this ectopics, ventricular ectopics. I remember It was a brilliantly written paper by him, and it has been cited so many times. A great researcher, a great academician, and I'm sure he has a great future. I'm really so happy to chair this session when Prakash is speaking, and I'm just looking forward to listen to him, and I'm sure this talk, which is he's going to speak on the experiences using Zoom, because he's actually technology savvy. I'm sure we'll learn a lot from him, and the two during this COVID time, to connecting the institutes, connecting campuses through Zoom. His talk will be will help everybody, the students, all the participants, delegates. With these few words, I hand over the session to the speaker, Dr. E.S. Prakash, Professor of Physiology, Department of Biomedical Sciences, Mercer University School of Medicine, Macon, Georgia, USA. Yeah, Dr. Prakash, please.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. So let me share my screen real quick. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah, I am so honored and thrilled to be talking to you all today. Good morning. It's late in the night in the United States, and I'm thankful to Dr. Lakshmi Jatiya, who invited me to present in this conference, and thanks to the organizing committee. And I'm so delighted that Dr. Vishnu Bhatt and Dr. G.K. Paul, my teacher, one of my teachers and one of the great teachers actually of physiology that I've ever seen, chairing this session. It's an honor. The purpose of this talk is simply to share my personal experiences using Zoom, and Zoom, which is a trademark of Zoom Video Communications. They've got multiple solutions. So for example, this conference is probably held using the Zoom webinar platform. Whereas like when we chat with friends and we have a personal account and we use Zoom or Google Hangouts or Skype, so the feature that I'm talking about, the product specifically that I'm talking about, is Zoom meetings. The views that I express here are just my personal views. They don't represent that of the institution I work for. And I don't have any disclosures related to the presentation. I don't work for Zoom and I'm not affiliated with them in any way. I did have a couple of shares of Zoom last year. And what happened was my wife saw that the prices were going up and she actually sold them. I don't have any stock anymore with Zoom. So no disclosures, basically relevant to the presentation. Mercer University is a large university. It's existed since 1833. It's in the state of Georgia, and I'll show you. So here's where we are geographically located. State of Georgia, here's Florida, and you've got Alabama. So it's southeast. Okay, and Mercer University has about 9,000 students enrolled, and there are 4 campuses: Macon, then there's Savannah and Atlanta, which is the city of the capital city of the state of Georgia, and then there's a campus in Columbus, and there are some other small campuses as well. And the university is got about 9,000 students enrolled, about 1,900 faculty. There are students from many countries. Most students are residents of the state of Georgia. There's so many schools and colleges, about a dozen, and the School of Medicine is one of the 12, colleges or schools under Mercer University. But the School of Medicine has got it's got actually 2 campuses. one in Macon. Macon is right, like, it's central Georgia. And then Savannah is on the coast, and the distance between the two campuses is about 170 miles. Probably a little more than the distance between Madras and Pondicherry. Anyways, there is a third campus on which the full 4-year MD program is beginning to be offered, and that is in Columbus, Georgia. You don't see that on the map here. So there's at least 3 campuses, but it's a single MD program. The educational objectives, the courses, the overall objectives and competencies that a graduate is expected to demonstrate by the time he or she graduates is basically the same. The courses are the same. The assessments are identical between the campuses, so it's like a single program. It's fairly tightly coordinated. It has to be. At least insofar as meeting accreditation standards are concerned for programs that operate on multiple campuses. So I just wanted to start by giving this little context before talking about how the integration of Zoom recently as an adjunct in terms of academic technology has been helpful. So I am based in the Macon campus. And then there is the Savannah campus. And the third one that's come up on which the full 4-year program is also offered is the Columbus campus. This particular academic year, first-year students have just started on Columbus. So next year, we will have second-year students on the Columbus campus as well. And my role is as a physiology educator. That's one of the roles. The other role is that of a facilitator or tutor, as they call it, of small group case-based tutorials. If you look at the pre-clerkship curriculum in the MD program, it's a 2-year curriculum. Years 1 and 2 of the program, and years 3 and 4 are the clerkship phase. The year 1 and 2, that's the pre-clerkship phase, has really got 3 big components. One is the patient-based learning course, which is the biggest of the 3 components. And what that is basically an interdisciplinary approach using cases as well as experiences with standardized patients as a way of exemplifying biomedical sciences. The foundational sciences. And then there is concurrently the clinical skills course, where they learn history and physical examination and, bedside manner and things like that. And there is another course, population health and medical research. So I work under the patient-based learning course, and this has got a series of 4 blocks. Each block is a semester long. So blocks 1 and 2 in year 1 and blocks 3 and 4 in year 2. In year 2, the block 3 course is a composite of 3 systems, cardiovascular, followed by pulmonary, and then followed by renal. It's a semester long. These are all team taught courses. So there is not like one teacher that teaches the whole course. They are all team taught courses. And they're taught on both campuses at the same time, and they operate using the same schedule actually on both campuses. I have been the block chair for block 3 for since the curriculum was revised to be organized this way, the pre-clerkship curriculum, since 2016. So over 5 years, and before that I was the coordinator of the cardiovascular phase or module, as it was then called. I just want to clarify this because this context will help you understand why I say certain things about like how Zoom's adding value to the other technology that we've had. So I'm based in Macon, and there is I should mention about class size, and we have a class that actually is about 120. There are 60 students in Macon and 60 in Savannah, and Columbus has started with 30 students, and gradually they will also rise up to a class of 60. So each of these 4 blocks is really a composite of 3 or 4 modules or organ systems, and each module is like 4 to 6 weeks long. The important thing as far as appreciating our response to the pandemic is that in the MD program here, we have labs only in gross anatomy. That is in the pre-clerkship curriculum. We don't have a physiology lab like I had as a med student. So that's very different. And so what it means is that the main teaching modalities we use are a combination of case-based small group tutorials, and there is a facilitator who facilitates, a faculty member who facilitates discussion, and the discussion is basically triggered by case scenarios that are pertinent and which can exemplify basic science concepts. So for example, a patient with heart failure and diminished ejection fraction following an MI would be a platform to exemplify things we want them to learn, for example, about the coronary artery disease or physiology of the coronary circulation, the pharmacology of drugs used in the management of acute coronary syndrome, for example. So that's kind of how it's organized. And then in addition to the small group tutorials, we also have large group sessions. And by large group, I mean that you have basically all 60 students in front of you in a classroom. And these are meant to be interactive. That is that they should use questions and answers. There should be an opportunity for the students to discuss, think, pair, share, and then the faculty member then wraps it up. He or she is the expert that wraps it up. So large group interactive learning sessions, they are meant to be different from the typical didactic lecture. We also have didactic resources that we make available online through our learning management system. So those are the kinds of modalities we use, or teaching learning methods, if you will, we use within the patient-based learning curriculum, and then it's complemented by things happening in the clinical skills course. So that's kind of, again, context. So here on this slide, I'm summarizing the programmatic approach to managing the pre-clerkship curriculum. And so when the pandemic started March 2020 and through June 2020, and there was an acute coping to constraints imposed by the pandemic, there was no option but to switch over to a remote learning platform. And our university thankfully had a university education account to Zoom, which means that all schools, all faculty members in all schools are able to set up meetings, host meetings, record meetings, put them in learning management systems, and all students have access to the platform as well. We were, very thankful that was available even before the pandemic started. The purchase of a subscription to Zoom was not a response to the pandemic. It existed in the first place. It's simply that it had to be used, and there was no other way of running the classes, particularly when there were the stay-at-home orders during that very acute phase of the pandemic between March and June 2020. As far as the large group interactive learning sessions, because of stay-at-home orders, we were not able to, it was not going to be possible to mandate attendance. So they were pre-recorded, but then using Zoom as a lecture capture technology, if you will, and then the recordings were posted on Canvas. But then even if they were just pre-recorded as lectures, they still used a Q&A format, multiple choice questions or open-ended questions using clinical vignettes and all that. And it was just a matter of students appreciating and understanding that they needed to pause before playing the explanation. And that way, if I, as a student, wanted to make it interactive for me, I could still do it even while watching a recording. So that's kind of how that was managed between March and June 2020. I'm not talking about the clinical skills program or the clerkships, or even the population health and medical research course, because I'm not involved in those courses. Rather, I'm speaking with regard to the patient-based learning program, particularly the Block 3 course, the cardiopulmonary and renal unit in the second year. But in the patient-based learning curriculum, blocks 1, 2, 3, and 4, they basically operate similarly. So there is a programmatic approach. These are team-taught courses. The overall design and implementation are overseen by faculty committees, ultimately the curriculum and instruction committee of the school. And so there is not a lot of leeway. We've got to be similar in many respects. Now, August 2020, that's last August, and until June this year, we returned to face-to-face instruction for small group tutorials. That was a decision made by the university's senior leadership. Anyways, all schools returned to face-to-face instruction, but we needed to be wearing masks and distance socially, 6 feet, per CDC guidelines. The attendance in large group interactive learning sessions in the Block 3 course, what we did was we highly encouraged attendance. We didn't mandate it, but that was, again, not related to the pandemic. We were also facing a reaccreditation visit. The reaccreditation visit happened this year, early in January, actually, and we received full accreditation from the LCME. That visit also occurred via Zoom. Anyways, the reason why we made attendance optional or encouraged it rather than mandated last year, August 2020 through June 2021, was we were responding to student feedback from actually 4 classes in the preceding 4 years that they had very limited time for self-study. And they felt that they needed the autonomy and flexibility to go about learning on their own. And they appreciated the large group sessions being recorded and then being provided resources, but they, a majority of them, about close to 50%, I will say. And this data was actually collected as part of in-school evaluation. It's called an independent student analysis, which is a big set of data that's collected by a student committee in the school as part of the accreditation visit and preparation for it. And so the data came from there, and the CIZ allowed us to make large group session attendance optional. Nonetheless, they were all recorded, and the recordings were posted to our learning management system. They were cited as required resources, and by that what I mean is that content in it is testable. The small group tutorials, of course, were, they had to attend in person, with masks and social distancing. And in the Block 2 and Block 1 courses, actually attendance was mandatory, and they did not react to the same feedback in the same way as Block 3, because by the time they come to second year, they're a little more mature and more self-driven, and they are closer to their step 1 licensure exam. And so they do have a point when they ask for more flexibility with regard to how they want to go about their learning, and especially in their request for some large group sessions at least to be optional to attend in person. Now, this academic year, August 2021 through to today, we have face-to-face instruction for small group tutorials, with masks, the large group interactive learning sessions and anatomy labs, again face-to-face. We have required attendance in a good number of those large group sessions. Actually, the blocks are basically run by block committees, which have a block chair. So I'm a block chair for the block 3 course, but there is a committee of about 7 members, faculty members, with representatives from both campuses. So that's the committee which oversees the design, implementation, and evaluation of a course. But then we work in concert with discipline faculty, from all of the foundational sciences. And so what the Block 3 committee did was delegate the authority down to the discipline, representatives, or the people that actually develop the session, and they are given, they need to make the recommendation whether the attendance would be mandatory or not. But anyways, where attendance is mandatory, they have to be there in person. They do not anymore have the option of attending it via Zoom, except when they are documented to have COVID-19 or are quarantining and awaiting a result, basically. And only that situation can they can participate via Zoom. But what it means organizationally is, as a course director, I set up these meetings as Zoom meetings, the large group sessions. Because you never know who is going to have to quarantine when. So in terms of being robust with the preparation, all of our large group sessions are set up as Zoom meetings. Whereas in the case of small group tutorials, the tutors are able to, again, respond at short notice if someone in their group, small group, needs to quarantine. And so then they will be allowed to Zoom in if permitted. So that's kind of how it's been in the past 20 months and currently. Zoom as a platform for a small group case-based tutorials. My personal experience is it was just terrific, at least under the circumstances. And so I think it's hard to kind of compare it with face-to-face instruction. I don't think that you can beat face-to-face instruction, but under the circumstances when this is what we could do, I think that this just did it for us, and it was appreciated, as far as I know, well received by students. And Dr. Halpin mentioned that students take to some of this pretty easily, and I noted Dr. Mahalakshmi mentioned this as well. They take to this technology pretty easily and quickly compared to some of us faculty. Anyways, the school administration mounted a concerted response. There was good support for faculty who needed to learn how to use this at short notice. There was adequate support for us. And in the small group tutorials, we mentioned to students that they needed to have their video on whenever it was possible. And so because if someone just kept their video all the time, it would be hard to appreciate it. They were being engaged. But at the same time, it was hard to mandate that personally. And I would urge caution if someone's considering mandating having participants turn their video on, because there are bandwidth issues to be considered. So when we are all in the university campus, the university provides high-speed internet, and it's got a different capacity. But then when one is attending from remotely, that's not necessarily the case. Not all of us have access to high-speed internet, and even if we do, sometimes it's not, and it can be unreliable. And so, that's why I encouraged them to use turn their video on whenever it was possible. And most people were able to, and some were, breaking up every now and then. That was common experience. And in that case, I asked them to turn it off. And that's how we work. And for those who prefer to have their video off because they had low bandwidth, I would ask them, hey, what do you think about what we're discussing right now? Because when you are face to face in you can more readily assess whether someone's engaged or not, and if they're not participating in a discussion for a long time, then you can nudge them. And when people turn their video off, it's kind of difficult to assess if they're engaged or not. So. And the way I, handled that was by basically, hey, can you share your thoughts, George, about, what we're discussing? And then that way, I was trying to ensure that all students in a group, 7 or 8, were, participating over a period of time. As a lecture capture technology, it is, I think, fairly easy to use, pretty easy to learn. I've recorded so many lectures on Zoom, on campus, and also sitting from home. Sometimes there is a scheduled large group session that I do from a lecture room system on campus, and I don't finish all the slides. There's some 10 slides that I couldn't get to. It's very difficult to time it perfectly because they're not lectures. They're even if they're large group sessions. There's a lot of discussion we encourage, and so you can't perfectly time your presentations. And invariably, at least the way I have done it, I'm left with about 5 or 6 questions that I've not discussed. So what I do is come back home or go to my office and record the remaining and post it so that students don't have to wait another week or 2 weeks before they have closure on the questions that were meant to be, but were not actually discussed in that large group interactive session. We have, as part of our curriculum, a lot of pre-recorded lectures, a lot of recommended reading, but pre-recorded lectures. And so I would summarize our approach to facilitating learning also as basically flipped. So there's a lot of guidance provided to them on what to learn, and we have schedules and we have pre-recorded lectures in the learning management system. We use Canvas now as the learning management system, and there is a lot of recommended reading, and Zoom's now available as an additional lecture capture technology. It's pretty easy to record and post a lecture. Post the URL on the learning management system, and it's available to all those enrolled in your course. It's been valuable in that regard. The drawback, though, is that last year, when attendance was optional and we were using Zoom as a lecture capture technology, we did not get statistics of like how many people actually watched it, and because we intended for them to watch it, but we were not able to get the stats. It may be that I was missing something, but that was a little drawback. Mercer University mainly uses Echo 360 for lecture captures. That's another lecture capture technology, and it's a more comprehensive solution. And so when something is scheduled in a lecture room, the audio visual system, the recording goes via Echo 360 rather than Zoom. However, I want to add that the lecture rooms, the conference rooms, we video conference between campuses, which means that I could be in Macon. I have about 60 students in front of me, and then video conferencing with the students in Savannah. Usually there is a co-facilitator at the other end as well. But anyways, my point here is that the lecture room and conference systems also include Zoom meetings, which means that even if we are in the classrooms, we can run them as Zoom meetings. So that is if you have one class, one classroom in Macon and one classroom in Savannah, that's basically 2 participants. And then you can have additional people join via Zoom as the need arises. For example, someone who is quarantining due to COVID. But for that, you need to set the whole session up as a Zoom meeting, and we continue to do that. Current users, after we return to face-to-face teaching, use it for Q&A sessions, review sessions, where attendance is encouraged, or it's not mandatory. So, for example, at the end of each course, cardiovascular, pulmonary, and renal, I offer a review session, which is about 2 hours, and these are all meant to answer student questions or respond primarily to student questions, but there usually are not as many questions as I would like. So I have to have a set of slides to emphasize key concepts. But anyways, attendance in these sessions is not mandatory, it's just optional, and I use the Zoom platform. And so for someone with multiple campuses, one of the things that we have in terms of feedback about large group sessions is, so when I do a session in Macon, I'm physically present in front of the 60 students in Macon, whereas the 60 students in Savannah are seeing me still via, via video conference, like, the on screen. So they feel a little less connected for that reason. Anyways, for the Q&A review sessions, which I do, where attendance is not mandatory, I use a Zoom platform, and I'm at the office doing these sessions, and anybody can join basically from anywhere. They don't even have to be on campus, so that gives them the flexibility. But then the experience is going to be similar regardless of which campus you're based on, right? Just like the experience is going to be similar for all of us now, regardless of where we're joining the conference from, as long as our internet connections are good. So that's very helpful. I continue to use it as a lecture capture technology. Sometimes, I have to, as a course director, send some overviews every now and then. And I find it useful to write emails, which I do, but then because the students on the other campus are kind of less familiar with me, they don't interact with me directly personally, it's useful to put a face to your advisor, and so it's helpful to actually record a video overview, 5 minutes or 10 minutes of like what is coming up next week, instead of an email, which if you send repeatedly, it can seem a little automated and dull. But anyways, that's another way. I'm using Zoom currently. And it's another way to meet with students and colleagues, and they don't have to necessarily come see you face to face. And we use email a lot for that. As students are, we have an open door policy, but then we can also readily hop onto Zoom because we continue to have it. Even in the small group tutorials currently, even though we meet in person, we can still join a Zoom meeting, and that will allow participants, that's students, to share their screens. So let's say we're discussing a case and someone's actively searching for a pertinent illustration, finds that on via a Google image search, and they want to share it. If we're on the Zoom platform, it's very easy to share that with others in your group. You don't have to pass that, pass your laptop along, if that makes sense. So that's another thing that we can use the Zoom meeting for. I've attended several conferences that have been hosted on the Zoom platform, and this is another. The American Physiological Society teaching section, or the community of practice, the physiology educators, had a webinar town hall meeting actually a week ago on basically the same topic. What do we keep as we return to face-to-face learning from online instruction? How about online assessments? And it was very informative to listen to experiences of colleagues in that town hall. The features that I found particularly helpful are it's very easy to set up meetings, really no hassles. Security features are very helpful, like password protection, locking meetings, ability to assess engagement, see video of participants, that feature is used. Ability to allow participants to share screens. All that's very useful for classroom instruction, where you intend for the learning to be active. Ability to record meetings to the cloud, share those recordings. And then as a host, I function as the host for the sessions that I set up. And so it's easy to manage participants, mute or unmute them, or I've never had to remove a participant, that was unruly or anything. That's not happened in my practice. I don't expect that will be the case. The chat function, the ability to share files, ability to customize several other settings, the breakout rooms, the polling and quizzing, these have all been very useful. IT support for us has been very good. There are numerous tutorials that Zoom has. Users have created numerous tutorials online that are available via YouTube. There are similar platforms like Microsoft Teams. I focused on Zoom here just because my experience is limited to Zoom, and I have not really tried some of the alternatives. Lessons learned, I would say that it allowed an effective transition to online learning, given the constraints imposed by the pandemic. And that's not the same as saying that it's as effective as face-to-face instruction. I do not try to make that claim. I don't think that that's a claim that would be supported. Programmatic faculty development is important. I think the skills, even after we return to normalcy, and vaccination is expected. We're all expected to be vaccinated here, med students as well as faculty. But then as we return to normalcy, or the skills that we have acquired during the pandemic, like designing and implementing lectures or running case-based tutorials and meetings on an online platform, are useful. I think that they are going to be useful in the future. And as I mentioned, bandwidth considerations are important. You can't always expect all participants to turn their video on. First of all, it's sometimes intrusive, and it may be fatiguing to just have like your video on, and then it consumes bandwidth. So, and Dr. Halpin mentioned this in her talk. She emphasized that it's useful to set and important to set expectations of learners and faculty for classes held via Zoom meetings in advance, so everyone knows what is expected and what to do. And that's a very important thing. So I conclude by saying that it's a useful adjunct to the array of learning management solutions and academic technology available to us. So a great addition to the armamentarium of tools available to us as academicians. Thank you for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Dr. Prakash, it was a very interesting and informative session. You've done a good job. I do not find much in the chat box, but you were using these Zoom meetings much more after COVID maybe, but it looks as if you were doing it earlier also. So the transition may not have been very difficult in your situation. That is my observation. Second point is that we changed from the regular curriculum to competency-based curriculum. We insist on feedback portfolio now. Do you have similar system in USA? And one more point I would like to know is, as you said, you look at the attention in Zoom, but do you have any studies on Zoom fatigue in your situation?
Yeah, I've heard about, also I'll start with Zoom fatigue. I've heard about it, but I'm not aware of any systematic approach to, that as a phenomenon. the other thing that you mentioned earlier, so prior to the pandemic, Zoom was available for us as a tool, but we never really used it because we never needed to use it. And so that adjustment was acute and it had to occur quickly. It's just that it was available, but we were never using it. But now we're so very used to it that all of our faculty meetings still just continue to happen via Zoom anyway. It's been a long time since I've had to make a room reservation for anything. The other thing I think about was Zoom fatigue. And you had one more question actually.
What is the outcome?
You asked. I'm sorry. You asked about portfolios.
Yeah.
Portfolios as a way of assessing student learning over a period of time within the framework of competency-based medical education. I'm familiar with that, but not in. It's not used in our educational context. That is within the context of year 1 and year 2. I am not sure it's used in the ND program at Mercer University School of Medicine. I am aware of it being used by some schools, certainly, and it is in the literature, the use of portfolios as a way of assessing student learning, amongst other things. So it's a holistic approach to assessing student mastery over a period of time. Yeah, it's an interesting assessment methodology.
You have a huge number of students. So you use multiple teachers for this small group discussion or breakout rooms and that type of ways.
Right. So we have a class of, I said 120. So in the Macon campus, that 62 or 63 will be like 8 groups of 8 students each, and each one is, so there are 8 small groups, 8 tutors in that module. And in the Savannah campus, there's 8. And we have tutor meetings as well, all get together and chat about, what we would do. And so, yeah, there's 16 tutors actually for small group tutorials in any given module.
I think Dr. Paul is waiting, so you can take over.
Hello, Prakash. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah. See, I just wanted to know from the 2 experiences from you. Number 1, I'll just tell you what has happened in our place at JIPMA during the peak of COVID last year, when actually the classes were actually virtual. Most of the classes were conducted on Zoom, but then the professors realized that the students are really in a virtual platform. They are really virtual. What they are doing, they are logging in. Then they're doing the rest of the other business. I mean, they're not listening to your lecture.
Yeah.
And then when the professors realize that the students are attending virtually in a virtual platform, so what they did, they also did virtual. They recorded their lecture and they also put up in this thing, physically, not directly taking the class. So it became totally virtual. And the professor presenting a recorded lecture, and the student logging in and not listening. So how actually, I would like to know from you, from your experience, how do you prevent it? After realizing this, actually, the students are actually not attending. They are just logging in because they have to get attendance. But then after 2 months of peak of COVID, we reverted back to all physical classes. And that too, what Dr. Bhatt was telling, because now our curriculum is competency based. They have to do a lot of practical classes. Even practical classes, we had made some kind of virtual presentation, but that did not work. So we started with physical classes. So I would like to hear from you how to prevent the students really attending virtually, not listening to a professor, and how to know that they're really attending. And what do you do with that?
Yeah, I mean, those are issues that affect us as well. But one thing I would say is that if a lecture will be truly didactic, and it's a very useful teaching learning method, but if it is going to be truly didactic, but not involve significant interaction, I think it is probably efficient to just pre-record it and make it available on a learning management system. And with with the academic technology that's available. And students can then play it on their own speed and at a time that they want to do it. And they have the option of sometimes like not watching it at all. But then we're not going to change our expectations with regard to what we want them to learn. So that assessment will take care of that. But at the same time, I think when we mandate attendance in person, it's certainly appropriate to mandate attendance for sessions where there will be significant interaction with learners, or that's highly encouraged, such as a small group discussion or a lab or clinical rounds or clerkship experience. Now, the large group sessions, that's why we call them large group interactive learning sessions, because they are not meant to be the traditional didactic lecture. After each question, we give like this, the whole class, hey, you think, pair, share, and then that happens for a couple of minutes. And then we wrap it up, and I ask students to offer explanations for why they think the way they think. And so even if 1 or 2 or 3 are speaking, it's a good way of interacting with the whole class. So those tend to go better. But if we are doing a didactic lecture and we mandate attendance, it does not go well. In my experience, that's what we found, and we try to avoid doing those sorts of lectures and mandating attendance. But there's a place for that. They want that actually. But we can pre-record them. And the advantage is that you don't have to redo them again and again. If it's a clean lecture, it can be used for about 3 or 4 years. So those are some advantages.
Thank you. That was the first question I had asked. The second question, now, especially in a country like India, what we have practically faced, now, especially last year, not only the classes, we took our examinations, university examinations on Zoom actually. But we faced the problem of connectivity. The students, some of the students, they are in the rural areas, some of the students, they are in the suburban cities, towns, not having the connectivities also. So that is another problem of such, getting linked and getting connected to the students and seeing that they are part of it and they are communicated well. So whether you face also similar problem in your place?
I didn't talk about assessments. That's the sticky point. And so formative quizzes, which are not graded, which are meant to promote learning, we have weekly quizzes. Those don't have to be proctored. And so that was the summative assessments at the end of each module. Well, there was no way to require them to come on campus. There was the possibility of monitoring their webcam via Zoom or like that, but the school took the decision that it was not necessary. So that is that basically there was this honor code that everyone needed to adhere to. And so that's the way we went. But at the same time, what we did was we wrote some new items so that we didn't lose all items from a secure database. It was a lot of work to do. That was the very stressful part. Yeah, you're absolutely right that connectivity issues can affect the ability to monitor students during exams, just like in the classroom. You may have heard that the National Board of Medical Examiners was not able to continue to have the clinical skills 2 examination, and it's been discontinued. It happened during the pandemic. So yeah, those are genuine constraints. Some have mentioned or have used additional alternate types of assessments, but in the United States, the main assessment tool in the courses that I teach in particular, they are the multiple choice questions, no essays, and because the reliability is different between these 2 assessment tools. So there was no way we were going to be able to change the assessment tool itself. They remain multiple choice questions. The licensure exams are like MC items. But you're right, but those are issues that, we were using the internet and Zoom for monitoring students during like remote examinations. We use the honor system. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prakash. It was a beautiful talk presentation. We are running 5 minutes behind the schedule. That is what the organizers have put up. So it was a beautiful talk, and it was nice listening to you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Butt. Thank you, Dr. Paul. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, you have my contact. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So some of the questions are there in the questions that we will put it into your mail, sir, to clarification.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Now, on behalf of organizing team, we are delighted to show our token of appreciation to the speaker, Dr. E.S. Prakash, sir, with digital certificate and memento. Thank you, sir. Now we like to thank our chairperson, Dr. Vishnu Bhatt, sir, with the digital certificate and memento. Thank you, sir. We like to thank our second chairperson, Dr. G.K. Pal, sir, chairing the session in spite of his busy schedule with the digital certificate and memento. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we will end with the second session. Now we will move on to the next session. I request Dr. C.B. Mandela to moderate the next session.
Thank you, ma'am. So a very pleasant morning to one and all. So continuing with the medical bonanza exchange of knowledge, we're moving on to the day 2, session 3. For this, we have Dr. Vilma Sylvia, madam, who will be chairing the session.
Very pleasant morning to all.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I start?
I'll just give a brief introduction, ma'am, and then you can.
Okay.
So a few words about Dr. Vilma, madam. She is the current professor in HOD, Department of Biochemistry, Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee Medical College and Research Institute, Bangalore. And she's also the principal, Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Allied Health Sciences, Bangalore. So ma'am has a vast experience of 25 years. So to her achievement, she has around 99 scientific papers in national and international medical journals. She's published 3 biochemistry books. She has 3 Best Paper Awards for 3 ICMR STS projects presentation. Best Poster Award International Conference held at Zurich, Switzerland. She is the lead NABL assessor and NABH assessor too. And she's a PhD guide and international PhD examiner. He's also the recipient of Excellence Award, Basavashri Award, and Best Biochemist Award. She's also enlisted in Who's Who in the World 2012. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. CB. I sincerely appreciate your the way you introduced me. Thank you so much. At the outset, I would like to thank the management of your institution, as well as the organizers of this second international e-conference, which is on exploring the newer modalities in teaching, learning, and research in basic medical sciences in COVID era. That is BMS Econ 2021. It's really my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Paves Netavarsha. She's graduated from Kilpak Medical College, Chennai, and MD in biochemistry from the prestigious institution Madras Medical College, Chennai, India. She is currently holding the position of Associate Professor in the Department of Pathology, University of Malaya, Malaysia. She is the academic person in charge for chemical pathology in the Division of Laboratory Medicine. Also in charge of toxicology, inherited medical disorders, and hormone assays by LCMS-MS. She is the chair for APFCB CKD Task Force. She is currently representing the Malaysian Association of Clinical Biochemistry in the National Method Verification Guidelines. Her areas of interest are improvement of the services provided by the clinical laboratories, medical validation of clinical chemistry results, method verification of tests as per CLSI guidelines, introduction of new tests in the laboratory as a process of continuous improvement of the laboratory services, establishment of reference intervals of common analytes at the national level. Dr. Pavai will not be attending this session virtually, but she'll be presenting by sending her recorded video, the presentation. Actually, she's virtually participating because of her medical emergency reason. Though she's not well and she's in the dire situation, she has recorded and sent it. So I really appreciate her commitment and the sincerity in her work, and I wish her a speedy recovery. I request the participant to listen to Dr. Pavai's presentation. The topic title, The Importance of Laboratory Medicine in the Medical Student Curriculum. Please start the presentation.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Presentation.
I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to talk in this forum. My talk would contain the following contents. So I'll be talking about what is laboratory medicine, why is it important, and why should it be part of the medical curriculum, and what aspects should be covered in the medical curriculum, and what are the challenges that are faced in introducing the laboratory medicine in the medical curriculum, and finally, the conclusion. As we all know, laboratory medicine is integrated into the daily practice of virtually every clinician. Almost every clinician will be ordering for at least one test, and then it is very important in the management and diagnosis of, it is very important in the diagnosis and the management of the patient. Whether measuring cholesterol levels to determine patient's risk for cardiovascular disease, or sequencing DNA of tumors to help decide the best choice of the chemotherapy, clinical laboratories provides the test results needed throughout the patient's life for clinicians to assess the health, disease, diagnose, and to plan the monitoring of the treatment. Additionally, clinical laboratories help to protect the blood supply, transplant recipients from harmful pathogens, and they help determine illegal drug use, drug of abuse, and drug overdose. It's not only in the diagnosis and the management, it also plays a role in the forensic pathology also. Clinical laboratorians generate new and innovative tests that help advance precision medicine and healthcare in general. They work with clinicians to integrate informatics and other laboratory data into clinical practice guidelines and evidence-based medicine. For example, few years back, troponin was not the main thing, but now we all talk about troponin in the management of myocardial infarction. So we come across new tests every time, and the laboratory plays a major role in the introduction of new tests so that the patients can be diagnosed early or better managed. A modern and pragmatic definition of laboratory medicine. Laboratory medicine may henceforth be defined as a clinical science and discipline devoted to the quantitative measurement or qualitative assessment of any substance which can be assayed in any type of biological fluid of any animal species, thus including humans, for either medical or research purposes. The results of these measurements are translated into actionable information for improving the care and or maintaining the wellness of both single individual or an entire population. This definition implicitly encompasses the use of vast array of analytical methods, including, though not essentially limited to, calorimetric, enzymatic, turbidimetric, electrochemical, immunochemical, separation, nuclear magnetic resonance, cytochemical, clotting, molecular, cytogenetic, and flow cytometric techniques. So there are so many techniques available for the measurement of the analyte of interest in the body fluids. The division of clinical laboratory consists of four major divisions, that is medical microbiology and parasitology laboratory, hematology, clinical biochemistry, histopathology laboratory. Medical microbiology and parasitology laboratory. This laboratory deals with the study of human pathogens from biological agents or the biological agents that cause diseases to their host. They include microorganisms, bacteria, viruses, and fungi, and parasites, that is the intestinal worms, lice, malaria parasites of medical importance. In bigger health centers or research institutes, medical microbiology and parasitological laboratories usually split into subunits like bacteriology, parasitology, virology laboratories. Now, with the COVID, the medical microbiology laboratory has gained a lot of importance. Hematology. This laboratory is involved in the performance of relevant tests on blood, in the diagnosis of blood diseases, that is the anemia, hemoglobinopathies, leukemias, and blood transfusion services. And clinical biochemistry laboratory or clinical chemistry. This division of laboratory is concerned with the performance of quantitative and qualitative tests on clinical specimens to investigate the state of various body chemistries. Such clinical specimens include body fluids, whole blood, plasma, serum, urine, sweat, cerebrospinal fluid, and occasionally feces, tissues, hair, etc. The histopathology laboratory. This is the laboratory where tissues are processed for microscopic examination in order to investigate or study disease manifestations on tissue structure for diagnostic purposes, example for malignancy. In the laboratory, tissue samples are processed onto glass slides from which effects of the disease on the histological architecture of tissue can be microscopically examined, and hence diagnostic inferences are made. So these are the four major divisions of the clinical laboratory. This slide shows about the origin and the history of the laboratory medicine, how we have progressed over the years. The first medical laboratory test to be developed was the urine analysis, in which urine properties were analyzed for diagnosis. Urine analysis has long been used as a routine laboratory test that was improved with the development of sampling and test method. As the field of hematology progressed with the invention of the microscope, blood tests were developed. Demands for tests were based on clinical chemistry have existed since 17th century. The research using patient blood began in the 18th century, and in the 20th century, with the development of spectrophotometer, chemical analyses were performed for diagnostic purposes. With the appearance of cholera outbreak, the identification of microorganism was necessary for patient diagnosis, and the development of the specific test methods contributed to the microorganism detection in the laboratory. Blood transfusion, which started with the blood collection in the 15th century, is currently used as a therapeutic method in the medicine. Moreover, once the hypothesis of acquired immunity was proven in the 18th century, various methods for measuring immunity were developed. Molecular diagnosis, which was established during the 20th century after the presentation of the Mendel's genetic law in the 19th century, developed rapidly and became the predominant field in the medical laboratory diagnostics. Thus, medical laboratory technology became an academic field with foundations based on basic sciences. Modern medicine will further progress thanks to the medical advancements, leading to an extension of average human lifespan up to 100 years. Laboratory medicine will provide significant for this development. So what is the role of the laboratory medicine? So as we all know, laboratory test results provide objective data about the patient health across the continuum of patient care. In addition, laboratory results enable healthcare providers assess early disease risk, offer preventive therapies or less invasive treatment, select and monitor appropriate treatment, and follow the natural progression of the diseases. The pressure for physicians to see more patients in many settings limits the time for the data collection from patient interviews and examination. As a result, physicians increasingly rely on laboratory test results. The number, type, and complexity of the laboratory testings have increased markedly during the past 50 years. In addition, when laboratory tests are used appropriately, healthcare providers contribute to optimizing the use of healthcare resources and decrease short, medium, and long-term costs of care. So laboratory plays a major role. And when laboratory medicine has progressed so much, how much are we contributing to the medical education? So how this has been incorporated in the medical education? What is the main goal of the medical education? The main goal of medical education is to provide physicians with competence, which in the field of medicine, and it has been defined as the habitual, judicious use of communication, knowledge, technical skills, clinical reasoning, emotions, values, and reflection in daily practice for the benefit of the individuals and communities being served. So that's the medical education. So in the recent years, consensus has been reached on some basic concepts pertaining to medical education. That is, first thing, competence is no longer considered as an achievement, but rather a habit of lifelong learning. That is very important in medical education. Second, competence is contextual, reflecting the relationship between a person's abilities and the task that he or she is required to perform in a particular situation in the real world. Third, competence is developmental. So the competence has been taught more as a lifelong one, and it is a development. They have to continue to develop. As I mentioned, laboratory medicine is also developing, and how much are we contributing this in the medical education? We all know that the medical education has changed dramatically over the past few years. Earlier, the medical curriculum has followed the traditional way of teaching, where basic sciences are taught in the first 2 years, followed by the clinical attachments. But now, clinical scenario is introduced very early, even as early as the first year. And as they grow, the clinical sciences are taught more compared to the basic sciences, but the basic sciences are incorporated even in the final year. So this makes the student to understand the the importance of the basic sciences along with the case scenarios. And the way they are assessed is also changed over the years, so that the three major goals of these assessments to optimize the capabilities of all learners and practitioners by providing motivation and direction for future learning. This is very important because they will keep themselves updated about the current trends, and so that the patients can be managed appropriately, and protect the public by identifying the incompetent physicians and provide the basis for choosing applicants for advanced training. So this will also make the new graduates to choose an appropriate area of interest to progress further in their career. So when we look at the changes in the laboratory medicine and the changes in the medical education, how this can be incorporated in the medical education. Why is it important to incorporate laboratory medicine in the medical education? The CDC report, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, published a monograph in May 2018 entitled Laboratory Medicine and National Status Report. So what did they write in the report? An integral component of care is laboratory medicine, that is in the patient management, which extends across research, clinical and public health settings. Laboratory services account for only 2.3% of total healthcare expenditure. However, they have a significant role in informing healthcare decisions and spending. An appropriate use of laboratory testing is essential for achieving safe, effective, and efficient care to patients. So what is the importance of it? If you look at it, in a May 2009 update of an aforementioned CDC report, this issue was directly addressed. Medical education on laboratory testing is inadequate. We know that laboratory testing plays a major role in the patient management. But however, medical education on laboratory testing is inadequate despite the integral role of laboratory testing in the practice of medicine. Formal teaching of laboratory medicine is relatively a neglected component of the medical school curriculum. Without sufficient knowledge of laboratory tests, healthcare providers are more prone to inappropriate ordering and mistakes in interpreting the test results, which can lead to poor case management, increased cost per patients, and adverse outcomes. So when we talk about the introduction of laboratory medicine into medical education, are there any guidelines available or any curriculum available? Of course, there are curriculum available, and WHO has published in 1998 itself about the laboratory medicine education in medical schools, but there are no updates on that. But this is the basis for it. And of course, in 2010, in American Journal of Clinical Pathology, there was a proposed curriculum about the laboratory medicine. So this can be used as a fundamental for incorporating laboratory medicine in the medical education. What has been proposed in their curriculum? About 13 points have been mentioned in the American Journal of Clinical Pathology as foundations in the laboratory medicines. And of course, they have also mentioned about the individual discipline and how it can be incorporated. So, for example, clinical chemical pathology, immunology, and molecular genetics, they explicitly explain what needs to be covered in that. And they also talk about how this can be taught in the medical education and the evaluation method also. So this can be used as a basis, and individual medical schools can adopt accordingly the way to teach and the way to evaluate about the laboratory medicine. So what aspects have to be covered in the laboratory medicines? The 13 points that they have mentioned in the American Journal of Clinical Pathology as the foundations for the laboratory medicine, I have classified them under the 4 headings, that is the test ordering, pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical. Every laboratorian would know what it is. So what is it? Why is it important? How it is important to classify under these 4 headings. Test ordering is the first step in any of the medical investigation. Students should be instructed to perform a correct test request by reasoning why they are ordering the test. Improper or excessive test requests could bias and retard the entire clinical decision making process. So in this context, students should become able to justify each test request, why they are ordering and why is it important, how it will help in the disease diagnosis and how it will help in the further disease management. And students should be also aware that the laboratory tests are products of technologically a complex health facility and they are expensive, and appropriateness in ordering is a key for saving limited resources. Final learning objectives of test ordering can be condensed into two following sentences. Any lab results cannot make a diagnosis by itself. It contributes to an individual diagnosis, and diagnosis implies a clinical judgment to be applied to one individual and not to a single disease. So this is a first step, and this is very important to guide the students how to order appropriate tests for the diagnosis and the management. 70% of the errors occurring in the lab is due to pre-analytical phase. So the pre-analytical phase is the most critical part of the total testing process. Accordingly, major attention should be placed in this phase during teaching. The major issues to be covered is the patient identification, preparation, timing of sample collection, particularly checking for fasting, for previous stress or exercise conditions, for proper posture and rest before collection, and for possible concurrent treatments or diets, and collection procedures and materials, and possibly by standard technique and equipment. Suggestions to avoid unsuitable occurrences in sampling, that is hemolysis, underfilling of the tubes, wrong tubes, etc. And suggestions for correct sample handling and storage. A significant part of the pre-analytical phase is traditionally out of direct control or supervision of the laboratory personnel. So this is very important, and we have to guide the students regarding the pre-analytical issues. And in Malaysia, currently, we are looking at the knowledge and the skills about the pre-analytical issues, and we are not surprised. The information that is available to the medical graduates regarding the pre-analytical aspects is not, I would say it is from a laboratorian perspective, it is not very good because they are involved in the sample collection. So adequate knowledge should be incorporated in their education system even before they become the housemen. So it will help them in the appropriate sample collection. Analytical quality specifications play a key role in assuring and continuously improving high quality of the medical care. But undergrad students need not be aware of the analytical or the methodological phase. But we have to know that now point of care technique is used everywhere, and it is used in the emergency department, ICU, and many other, even in the wards and the clinics, it is being used. But so the medical student should be aware of the POCT, what is the use and how is it being used, and what are the shortcomings of the POCT. So it's very important for the medical students to be aware of the POCT. And some practical skills should be required for emergency needs like blood smear preparation, urine sediments preparation, and to look at the urine dipstick analysis, how this can be used, and what are the factors that can affect the result interpretation. So even in their practice, it will help them. So the pros and the cons of doing the urine dipstick and cerebrospinal fluid collection, cell count, and how is it important. And ability to perform and interpret rapid tests such as dip tests and as I mentioned, and also the urine HCG testing. So all this should be taught to them, and what are the advantages and the disadvantages of each method. So this will help them in their career also. Regarding the post-analytical phase, the student should be able to demonstrate an understanding ability to apply the concepts of diagnostic sensitivity, specificity of a laboratory test to a specific clinical situation, define negative and positive predictive value, and explain how these values are influenced by the prevalence of the disease in a defined populations, and describe how reference intervals are derived and used in different types of different reference intervals. And students should also be aware of the critical value and turnaround time and explain why critical values are directly reported to the healthcare provider for immediate actions, and compare and contrast the uses of stat and routine test priorities. So these are some of the aspects that will help the student to understand the role of the laboratory in the patient management. The key elements of implementing a curriculum, there are the three main aspects: to establish a specific measurable goals and objectives, to choose appropriate teaching methods, and to evaluate the students in regard to achieving the goals and the objectives. So if you want to introduce laboratory medicine into the curriculum, it should match that. So how can we teach the students about that? It could be a classroom intensive training. Based on the previous survey, features that have contributed to the overall success of laboratory medicine teaching include the following. That is, a small core group of dedicated and enthusiastic instructors with expertise in the laboratory medicine and clinical pathology, a small group discussion with low student-faculty ratio resulting in a close relationship between students and the instructor, and case discussions focused on clinical correlations and practical problem solving in preference to the technical concern. So now with the introduction of problem-based learning, this can be incorporated very easily, and this will help the students to understand the importance of the laboratory medicine. The other way to do the training in the laboratory medicine is, one is by the core clinical clerkships. In some medical schools, students receive an introduction to the clinical laboratory during the internal medicine rotations. We used to have that the students used to be posted in the laboratory medicine for a period of a week, and they will be taken rounds and exposed to the tests that are being offered in the histopathology, medical microbiology, hematology, and clinical chemistry. And each discipline will talk about certain topics of that is very particular to the medical students. And sometimes we do also receive students as an elective clerkship. So many schools offer electives in laboratory medicine during the third or the fourth year as a part of the general pathology elective, as a more dedicated clinical laboratory elective, or as a part of elective combined with radiology. So it varies from school to school. And it can be part of as a self-directed learning. There are a number of programs that emphasize the clinical laboratory related skills. Now with the use of all the internet and the services that are available, students can be exposed to all the different techniques that are available and the importance of the laboratory medicines. And these are very appropriate for medical schools students in the clinical years. So exposing them to the laboratory will help them to understand the role of laboratory medicine in the patient management. How do we evaluate their competency and their outcomes? There is no national benchmark because most of the data on learning about the laboratory tests comes from experience in individual medical schools. And this is similar to that of the major clinical clerkships. So it varies from school to school. But the preferred way for most areas of medical education, assessing students' ability to function in a practical, it can be often a case-based, rather than asking them question and answer, which is just memorizing and writing the facts, rather than correlating with the clinical scenario and coming out with the appropriate laboratory investigations and interpreting the laboratory investigations. What are the issues in the introduction of the laboratory medicine into the medical education curriculum? See, unfortunately, educating laboratory medicine is not done by the clinical laboratory professionals. These clinical laboratory professionals are the people who have implemented the test and they know about the test utility and the limitations. But most of the time it is done by the non-clinical laboratory professionals. And often exposure to the laboratory medicine is limited to the lecture-based teaching in short pathology modules within the medical student curriculum. Predominantly, the teaching focuses on the pathogenesis and occasionally some reference to the laboratory data. But it does not cover about the intricacies of the laboratory techniques. And to compound this issue, many medical schools have modified their curriculum, as I mentioned. So the different topics are presented in a more integrated context. As a result, physicians in different specialties teach medical students of the test they use. So there is no exposure to the clinical laboratory to the students during the clinical years. When we know that there are challenges in introducing laboratory medicine into the medical curriculum. So there are different studies which also stresses on that because what is the importance of introduction of laboratory medicine into the curriculum. So in one of the study, that is the knowledge of laboratory medicine in medical student, is it sufficient? So at the end of the study, they say that prioritizing an effective teaching method of laboratory medicine to medical students on appropriate time should be considered in medical school curriculum for better clinical decision making and optimal and modern medical care. So this is nothing new, but we are aware of that. But still, we are lacking in introducing the laboratory medicine as a part of the medical curriculum. And in one of the letter to the editor, the authors have said that often exposure to laboratory medicine is limited to lecture-based teaching in short pathology modules within the medical student curriculum. Predominantly, the teaching focuses on the disease pathogenesis with occasional reference to the laboratory data rather than the intricacies of the laboratory techniques. So we are aware of that. In the pathology, we teach more on the pathogenesis and about the disease, but lesser importance is covered on the laboratory medicine. How about other studies? So teaching laboratory medicine to medical students. This was published in Archives of Pathology Laboratory Medicines. Finding time to teach laboratory medicine principle is an already packed medical school curriculum has proven challenging because with the current integrated curriculum, the students are fully packed with the education modules. So to incorporate that, it is challenging. The format that they devised permitted close contact with laboratory personnel in a concentrated period. The cases were tailored to the speciality to which the students have been matched to keep their interest, and the laboratory medicine foundations were presented as they applied to the specialty cases. So how they have incorporated the laboratory medicine curriculum into the medical education. So in another paper, Introduction to Clinical Pathology, so a brief course of laboratory medicine in the field of medical students. Due to overloaded curriculum of general medicine in Iran, we decided to run a brief practical course of laboratory medicine education for medical students. Although the course was practical, the knowledge of students become higher. Students with more clinical experience and knowledge absorbed more. Being actively involved in the classes lit the enthusiasm of the students and made them satisfied with the course. So, introduction of laboratory medicine is important in the medical curriculum. Why so little is paid to laboratory medicine when we know that laboratory medicine is very important, and why it has not been incorporated into the medical curricula in certain medical schools? Of course, it is being incorporated in certain medical schools, but the way it is done is different from different medical schools. So what are the challenges that they face in the medical education? So the change in the curriculum. So now we know that the curriculum is integrated curriculum and it is fully packed, and how we are going to introduce laboratory medicine into that. And challenges of formalizing such teaching may include issues with the timetabling. So we know that when the curriculum is fully packed, to timetable these into their curriculum can be a challenging one. And requirement of teachers. Now, all teachers are overloaded with the curriculum. So how are we going to request the teachers to teach and to take the extra load of teaching the laboratory medicine in their other affairs, and coordinating appropriate methods of assessment? So how are we going to assess them? And it should meet the goals of the educations. And of course, resource is another issue. So how are we going to face all those things? So because of this, we are facing a lot of challenges in introducing the laboratory medicine into the medical curriculum. Coming to the final slide of my talk, education in laboratory medicine in the medical school should be refocused to train medical students to be a clinician who understands the test principles, select suitable tests, and interpret the results, reduce the number of tests for clinical practice. This clinical training will be for the physical, mental, and economic welfare of the patient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Pavesh Tanishwar. Ma'am, it was a lucid, concise, and informative presentation. Thank you very much. So you explained very well about the goal of medical education, importance of laboratory medicine in the medical education, and changes in medical education, and insufficient knowledge in laboratory medicine leads to erroneous diagnosis and management of the patient, and aspects of laboratory medicine to be taught in, like testing orders, as well as the pre-analytical, analytical, and the post-analytical, which are nothing but pre-examination, examination, the post-examination errors, and intensive teaching in medical education, and evaluation of competencies, and the issues which are facing today in our medical education. Yes, there is a tectonic shift in the medical education in an Indian scenario from 2019 with the introduction of competency-based medical education. So we are introducing the students in the first year itself to the bedside so that they are able to utilize these laboratory tests for the diagnosis management. And when they come to the internship or the final year, they're able to do the justice for the patient. So with this, I say the appropriate use of laboratory testing is essential for achieving safe, effective, and efficient patient care. Thank you so much. Thank you, participants. I request all the participants to forward your questions to the email ID provided in the chat box. Thank you so much. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, Dr. CB. Thank you, Dr. Manju.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Though it was a virtual video, I guess ma'am has made a very elaborate discussion about the importance of laboratory medicine in current scenario for UG students. So it's now time to virtually honor our speakers and chairperson. So for that, so we extend a very greetings to Dr. Pavesh Tanishwar ma'am on behalf of the organizing committee of BMSC Con 2021. Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time to give a virtual honor to our very own Dr. Vilma Silva, madam. Thank you, ma'am, for chairing the session in spite of your busy schedule.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions can always be posted in the chat box. We will do our best by mailing it to Dr. Pavai, madam. We'll get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next scientific session for today, session 4. We have with us our very own Dr. Shankar sir, who will be chairing the session. So Dr. Shankar Kalairajan sir is a professor of medicine currently at AVMC Pondicherry. He's done his MBBS from Raja Muttaya Medical College and Hospital and MD General Medicine from SRMC Porur and a PG Diploma in Diabetology from Annamalai University, Chithambaram. So he's adding to his professional accomplishments. He's a resource person in state level workshop on trends in emergency cardiac care. And he has presented a thesis titled STT Changes in Lead AVR, its significance in acute myocardial infarction. And he's been the COVID nodal officer for AVMC, and his contribution towards managing COVID patients during that era is highly appreciated. And his area of interest includes infectious diseases, clinical cardiology, and critical care. And Sir has around 10 publications to credit in national and international index journals. We welcome you, sir, to chair the session for today. Hello, sir.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
So first of all, I should thank our institution and our organization team for giving a wonderful opportunity to chair the session in this iconic international conference. So the topic for the session is role of lipidomics in cancer, newer perspectives. Actually, lipidomics in cancer is itself a new milestone. A person going to speak about a newer perspective means definitely that person should be excelled in that field. Yes, her area of research interest is proteomics, clinical biochemistry, and molecular biology. She is the recipient of many awards like Asia A Kyoto Award in International Congress of Clinical Chemistry and Lab Medicine. She also holds Lifetime Health Achievement Award and Best Teacher Award during the year 2012 and 13. She is a life member of various professional bodies. She has around 50 publications in national and international index journals. She did her MBBS from SCB Medical College, Orissa, and pursued her post-graduation from VSS Medical College, Orissa. She is also had a fellowship of International Medical Science Academy. She is now professor and head Department of Biochemistry, All Indian Institute of Medical Science, Bhubaneswar. She is none other than our speaker, Dr. Manaswini Magaraj. It's my great privilege to introduce you, madam. Over to you, madam. Now the screen is yours.
Good morning, madam. Madam, you're not audible, ma'am.
Madam, you are not audible, ma'am.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Hello.
Now I am audible?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
very
ma'am.
well audible.
Thank you. Thank you. I will share my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Very good morning to all of you, respected chairperson, dear friends and colleagues, and my dear students. So I am grateful to the organizers to giving me an opportunity to participate in this international e-conference. So today I am going to present this topic, role of lipidomics in cancer with new perspectives. Before that, I have come across the importance of laboratory medicine in medical education. So this is one extension of this, how the role of lipidomics will help in diagnosis and therapy of cancer. This is an extension of the laboratory medicine for the undergraduate students. So, next. So to introduce the lipid, as we all know that lipids are crucial components of the cell membrane and lipoprotein structure, which play an essential role in membrane barrier, energy depot, as well as they participate in signaling as well as cell-cell communication. They regulate many functions related to signal transduction, post-translational modification, and some cellular functions like adhesion, migration, apoptosis, etc. And thousands of lipids exist with their metabolism being interwoven through various networks and pathways. So, next slide. And these lipids are diverse molecules. They are highly complex with varying concentration. They are dynamic in nature, changing constantly with physiological and pathological states of the body. They play a key role in various diseases like metabolic diseases, cancer, atherosclerosis, inflammation, cardiovascular diseases, and also being influenced by nutrition. So we know in many ways the lipids are diverse in structure as well as function. Coming to that, we know the classes and subclasses of lipids, they cover a broad range of molecules, and the major lipids mostly the fatty acid, phospholipids, triacylglycerol, sterols, sphingolipids, etc. And each class of lipid, they also exhibit great diversity. So if we take one example of fatty acid, then this fatty acid may be saturated, unsaturated, hydroxylated. Again, saturated may be small chain, medium chain, long chain, very long chain. If we take the unsaturated fatty acid, they may be monounsaturated, polyunsaturated, depending upon the site of the unsaturated bond. They may be of different types. Position of the unsaturated bond makes them cis or trans. In this way, if we take the fatty acids, they cover a broad range of compounds. Similarly, the sphingolipids also cover 80 to 90% as sphingomyelins, rest 10 to 20% as ceramide containing compounds with fatty acids that differ in their types and the contents. Why we choose to detect lipidomics of this cancer? Because as we know, the cancer is a group of diseases that can affect any part of the body. It is characterized by, as we know, uncontrolled growth of the cell that can invade the nearby healthy tissue and damage them, having infiltrating capacity and with capacity to distant metastasis. Three things are important in cancer, that is prevention, diagnosis, and targeted therapy. The challenge still exists in cancer related to identifying some special biomarker for predicting cancer risk and assessing patient response during anti-cancer therapy. What happens actually in this cancer? There occurs a rapid tumor growth, and that results in oxygen and nutrient deprivation. So that creates a metabolic stress for which the tissue undergoes metabolic adaptation. So this adaptation, metabolic adaptation by tissue, results in metabolic reprogramming, and one of this metabolic reprogramming is lipid metabolic reprogramming. So this what changes in lipids takes place in this cancer. As I told, there is metabolic reprogramming of the lipids takes place in the cancer cells. Not only in cancer cells, also the nearby cells in the microenvironment. Those are the tumor-infiltrating lymphocytes, tumor-associated macrophages, dendritic cell, NK cells, etc. So due to this reprogramming of lipids in these tumor cells as well as in the tumor microenvironment, there exhibits certain phenomena, and the interaction of the tumor cell with the microenvironment is changed. So that as they play crucial role in many cellular processes like cell survival, proliferation, interaction, which are the key processes related to cancer. So in this reprogramming of the lipids participates in transformation, progression, as well as metastasis of the cancers. How it does this? It does by supporting some cellular mechanisms, by using the energetics, by promoting the feed-forward oncogenic signaling reaction, by immune dysregulation. So by participating in all these phenomena, it results in tumor formation. So after this lipid reprogramming, reprogramming, which metabolic pathways are mostly involved so that they can be detected by lipidomics. So the most common pathways which are involved in this lipid reprogramming are the de novo fatty acid synthesis, chain elongation, their unsaturation, excess fatty acid uptake, their esterification, as well as their oxidation. Not only fatty acid, the cholesterol synthesis by endogenous cholesterol synthesis is also a hallmark for many tumors. Now, since this endogenous cholesterol synthesis is a time-taking procedure, the increased uptake of exogenous cholesterol through the LDL receptor upregulation and its esterification and accumulation as cholesterol ester also is seen in the tumor cases. Besides that, some cholesterol derivatives like oxysterol accumulation also takes place in the tumor microenvironment. Besides that, more triacylglycerol formation and their storage as lipid droplet takes place in tumor tissues. So these are some common mechanisms by which lipid reprogramming or lipid metabolic reprogramming alters the lipid concentration in the tumor tissue. So in many ways, the lipids alteration participates in the tumor formation, progression, metastasis. So coming to the lipids, how they behave as promoters and suppressors of the tumors. Some of the examples like sphingolipids, sphingosine 1-phosphate, that promotes cell survival during tumorigenesis. Some cholesterol derivatives like 27-hydroxycholesterol that promotes cell proliferation by inhibiting the suppressor gene, that is P53. Similarly, some oxidized steroids as ligands to liver X receptor, they inhibit the cell proliferation, acting on the metabolizing enzymes of this reprogrammed pathways. Some polyunsaturated fatty acids, they act as tumor suppression. Not only that, this metabolic pathway of upregulation and downregulation are also associated with oncogene activation and suppressor gene inhibition. One of the examples is mevalonate synthesis, which is a part of the cholesterol synthesis. So when that is upregulated, it is associated with activation of the oncogenes MICE and FOS gene activity, which are related to tumor growth. Similarly, the exogenous sources of lipids taken from outside also influence in facilitating tumorigenesis as well as metastasis. Not only that, lipids also participate as signaling molecules during cancer. So lipids like prostaglandin, lysophosphatidic acid, steroid hormones, they act as mediators, signaling mediators for genesis and progression of the cancer. One of the examples is lysophosphatidic acid, which through its G protein coupled receptor activate the cell proliferation, survival, as well as migration. In human liver cancer cells, this lysophosphatidic acid bind to its receptor, that is lysophosphatidic acid receptor 1, to activate the MMP9, that is matrix metalloproteinase 9 signaling, thereby they promote cancer cell invasion. Besides that, the lipids play also a role in the post-translational modification of some oncoproteins, and the most important modification are the prenylation and acylation. By this, that means isoprene unit attachment. So this prenylation is crucial for membrane association, as well as it causes activation of some oncoproteins which are GTPase associated, such as RAS, RHO, GPC, this G protein coupled receptors, all of which are important regulators for the cancer genesis as well as progression. Besides that, some epigenetic mechanism mediated by histone acetyltransferase and deacetylase, we know already that they participate in the cell proliferation, differentiation, and migration. Not only that, lipids also participate in the autophagy process in the process of cancer. The lipid droplet autophagy is known as lipophagy. In early tumor genesis, autophagy acts as a tumor suppression mechanism. These lipids and lipid enzymes, they have indispensable roles in the autophagic processes and can influence this lipophagy at various stages of cancer. Due to this lipophagy, it increases the viability of hepatocarcinoma cells during starvation by providing nutrition. This lipophagy also displays some anti-tumoral role in some of the cancer models. Besides that, lipids have a role in the angiogenesis and lymphogenesis. Some bioactive lipids like sphingolipid 1 phosphate is comparable to growth factor, vascular endothelial growth factor, and fibroblast growth factor, thereby stimulating angiogenesis and vascular maturation. And this is upregulated in case of lung cancer as well as colorectal cancer. So due to this vascular endothelial growth factor signals some of the lipids, this bring about the stimulation of the central transcription factor, this steroid regulatory element binding proteins 1 and 2, thereby trigger proliferation, migration, and vascular formation, pushing the cell a tumor mass in forward direction. So that is why the importance of study of lipidomics for cancer is that lipid composition of tumor tissue varies depending on the type of tumor, on the stage of tumor, and the malignancy characteristics of the tumor. There occurs a close connection between this altered lipid metabolism between lipid reprogramming as well as the pathogenic process in the tumor. So thereby specific lipid profiles are emerging as unique disease biomarkers with a diagnostic, prognostic, and predictive potential. Besides that, there are some translational value, some being targets for therapeutic approaches. So thus, the study of lipidomics provides a comprehensive analysis of lipids in cell, tissue, and body fluids with their interaction in different states of cancer. But it needs an advanced technology, that is the lipidomic technology. So in this, why this? Because a lot of research has been done in the glucose and the glutamate, so in the Warburg effect in the cancers. But lipid metabolic reprogramming has got less attention. Research in lipids are limited because they are water insoluble, they are chemically unstable, and not encoded by genes like proteins. Besides that, existence of wide range of polarities, structural analogs, and isomers requires efficient separation technique of these lipids. So lipidomics is one of the omics technology under metabolomics like genomics, transcriptomics, and proteomics, which allows a comprehensive analysis of lipid molecules and gives information on entire molecular characterization of the lipid components in a defined system as well as their function at one point of time. I am giving you some examples of lipids which are altered due to this metabolic lipid reprogramming in various tumors. For example, there is increased concentration of lysophospholipids in ovarian cancer. Similarly, the sphingolipid 1 phosphate concentration rises in ovarian cancer, glioma, and breast cancer. T cholesterol and serum triacylglycerol, they are found to be raised in colorectal cancer. Some choline-containing lipids and phospholipids, their concentration increase during metastasis of the cancer cells. Thus, the altered lipid pattern is associated with both of the tumors, the distant metastasis, so with various stages of the tumors. That is why the lipidomics, study of lipidomics gives a lot of information regarding the growth, staging, and the therapeutic targets related to cancer. So what principle it utilizes by which we can proceed the lipidomics? Usually this lipidomics utilizes the principles and techniques of analytical chemistry with statistical analysis to study the entire lipid content of a cell, which is otherwise known as a lipidome. It describes spatial and temporal changes in the content and composition of lipid species. Besides that, it elucidates the biochemical mechanisms underlying specific changes in the lipid metabolism and broadens the understanding of molecular mechanism underlying metabolic processes. So new profile detected by this lipidomic study acts as a marker to diagnose, for therapy, for targeting drug discovery, as well as for future guide for personalized medicine and for dietary intervention. So depending upon the analytical coverage, this may be targeted or global. The targeted lipidomic approach identifies specific lipid class applicable to solve specific biological problems, whereas non-targeted global approach identifies and quantifies all detectable lipids, which captures a raw profile with less resolution. So, but the techniques used in the lipidomics, they're mostly a separative technique which is usually a liquid chromatography procedure along with mass spectrometry. So the separation of the constituent liquids in the sample from a homogeneous liquid being repartitioned between two phases is done with help of liquid chromatography, which may be a HPLC, gas liquid chromatography, or supercritical fluid chromatography, depending upon the types of liquids, volatile or non-volatile liquids, to be separated. Along with that, analysis by mass spectrometry takes place, that is a detector of high sensitivity by conserving the chromatographic resolution and with structural identification with high sensitivity and with reproducible quantification. So these MS-based or mass spectrometry-based techniques, they may be of direct injection shotgun mass spectrometry or mass spectrometry with prior chromatographic separation, which are mostly LCMS, that is liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. The third variety is the mass spectrometric imaging, which further expands the scope of lipidomics because it identifies lipid or localizes lipid in the tissues itself. So what is the workflow which is followed in this lipidomics? Usually the urine or serum samples which are prepared, sample preparation takes place and the lipids are extracted. After that, they are subjected to separation by HPLC or gas liquid chromatography or supercritical fluid chromatography. After that chromatographic separation, it is connected to mass spectrometry for data acquisition, where data analysis takes place with help of identification and quantification, and this information is interpreted for results for identification of biomarker for diagnosis and treatment. So sample preparation with lipid extraction, then sample lipid separation with a chromatography based separation, then the information is fed to the mass spectrometry for quantification, then the data gets analyzed. But in shotgun lipidomics, after lipid extraction, it is directly infused to mass spectrometry without any separative procedure. And in the mass spectrometry, on the basis of molecular mass and structures in a specific way, the data are obtained, which are processed for the interpretation of results. So advantage of this shotgun technique is that it is less time consuming but with high reproducibility and low sensitivity. Whereas this LCMS or GCMS, this chromatography associated mass spectrometry, they are of high resolution, high throughput with high sensitivity. And MS imaging, it does direct ionization with mass spectrometric detection, which identifies individual lipid molecules in the tissue samples itself. So steps in the data processing, where we first do lipid identification. In the second step, we normalize the data with a set of internal standards. Thereby, we identify lipids being quantified by comparison to appropriate internal standards. In the third step, we do the statistical analysis of the complex data set to reach a diagnosis with the help of software tools. And suppose we take the example of a fatty acid, the different type of fatty acids which are to be separated from the lipidome. Then they are first separated on the basis of molecular weight, number of double bonds, the position of the double bonds, the cis-trans configuration of the double bonds, and after their separation, they are coupled to mass spectrometry for identification of the unknown compounds from the data set with like lipid maps and lipid map structured database with software tools. So this is a picture showing the LCM with this high performance liquid chromatography being connected to a mass spectrometry for separation as well as quantification, which is commonly used in this lipidomics study. So we know after getting the lipidomics information or the lipid profile, the lipid related disorders like metabolic diseases, neurological diseases, different cancers, they can be analyzed in different ways. So besides that, some research can be conducted to find out the target drug discovery. So we focus on lipidomics related to cancer. So what we see actually in this oncolipidomics or lipidomics study in cancer, we do a quantitative analysis of lipids in biological samples in the cancer. The critical assessment of the lipid space is being dysregulated, either upregulated or downregulated in different cancer types. We summarize and generalize the typical ups and downregulated lipids associated with the progress of tumor growth. And finally, we evaluate the possible future use of this analysis in early cancer diagnosis. So I am showing you some examples of the study conducted where lipidomics has added to identify the biomarker for various cancers. So this is one example where the serum lipidomics profiling to identify biomarkers for non-small cell lung cancer. So here, Chen et al., this group of researchers, what they did through a non-targeted lipidomic study by ultra HPLC mass spectrometry, they identified that phosphatidylcholine and phosphatidylethylcholine are the candidate biomarker in the early stage non-small cell lung cancer in comparison to benign lung disease and healthy control. So they have taken 3 groups of cases. So in one group, the lung cancer cases, that is non-small cell lung cancer cases. In the second group, they have taken benign lung disease groups. And in the third group, they have taken healthy control. So they identified this lipidomic study that there is dysregulated glycerophospholipid metabolism is the main altered pathway in this non-small cell lung cancer with altered phosphatidylcholine and phosphatidylphenolalamine profile, which differentiated early stage of non-small cell lung cancer from benign lung disease as well as healthy control. They identified that phosphatidylcholine, phosphatidylphenolalamine, and of this different fatty acid length, mostly 16 carbon, 18 carbon fatty acids with monosaturated, monounsaturated. So these fatty acid concentration, this fatty acid containing phospholipid, that is phosphatidylcholine, phosphatidylphenolalamine concentration were altered, which gives the clue as a biomarker for identifying early stage of non-small cell lung cancer from the benign lung disease as well as healthy control. So they have identified with the help of control and they are differentiated. So where they have seen that the non-small cell lung cancer, they have raised concentration of this phosphatidylcholine and phosphatidylphenolalamine. Another study which showed that lipidomic studies showed from the cell lines, it reveals differences between breast cancer subtypes. So this Erickson et al. In their study demonstrated by the heterogeneity of breast cancer tumor subtypes on the basis of lipidomics region. What they did, they on the LCMS platform with lipidome analysis of 6 cell lines derived from human breast cancer representing different breast cancer subtypes. We know that there are ER positive, that is estrogen receptor positive, ER progesterone receptor positive, autoreceptor positive, both ER/PR positive, as well as triple negative. There are, so in this way they choose 6 cell lines, and on the lipidome study, what they analyzed, so they saw there is a difference in the lipidomes within these subtypes. They identified that in the ER/PR positive tumor subtypes, there is an increased abundance of triacylglycerol with fatty acid chain length more than equal to carbon 48 with moderate or multiple unsaturation in the fatty acid chain length with a down-regulated phosphatidylphenolalamine with fatty acid chain length C34 to C38. They observed in HER2 overexpressing tumor subtype an elevated expression of triacylglycerol with fatty acid chain length less than 46 and phosphatidylcholine and phosphatidylphenolalamine containing short chain fatty acid, saturated and monosaturated fatty acid. They noted increased abundance of phosphatidylcholine with fatty acid chain length carbon 40 was found in the cell line of triple negative breast cancer subtype. They also revealed that subtype detected by transcriptome analysis was also reflected in the lipidome of breast cancer subtypes. Thus, they could identify the different subtypes on the basis of this lipidome study. This third study identified the proteomic and lipidomic signatures of lipid metabolism in non-alcoholic steatohepatitis associated hepatocellular carcinoma. The Moon et al. In their study demonstrated that by integrative proteomic and lipidomic study, they identified the molecular mechanisms of metabolic disorders contributing to tumor development. So what they did, they identified the non-alcoholic steatohepatitis signature of reduced hepatic and circulating lignoceric and eicosapentaenoic acid. Then they identified the hepatocellular carcinoma signature along with this non-alcoholic steatohepatitis signatures that correlated with tumor burden, establishing this is a pre-neoplastic condition. Together, their observations showed that role of lipid modifying enzymes converting saturated fatty acid to monounsaturated fatty acid in hepatocellular carcinoma with alteration of ratio of long chain omega-6 to omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acid. Besides that, they also revealed that circulating lipid metabolome reflect directly the lipid changes in the liver that in this pre-neoplastic condition of non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. They simultaneously identified the novel target for the hepatocellular carcinoma diagnosis and for therapy. So this study is a lipidomic profiling of clinical prostate cancer. It reveals targetable alterations in membrane lipid composition. So Butler et al. In their study revealed that this prostate cancer, which are androgen receptor mediated, their lipid in this mass spectrometry lipidomic study of clinical tissues identified enhanced fatty acid synthesis, elongation, and desaturation are the tumor defining features with potential for therapeutic targeting. They observed there is overall rise in monounsaturated fatty acid with elongated fatty acid chains in phosphatidylethanolamine and phosphatidylserine. So the phospholipid composition in the membrane, and they observe that these androgen receptor mediated lipid changes bring about diagnostic role in the prostate cancer, and characteristic alteration in this phospholipid composition responded also to the androgen receptor inhibition, suggesting that the mediators of these lipidomic changes can be targeted. So this is another study in the ovarian cancer. So that is quantitative global lipidomics analysis of patients with ovarian cancer versus benign adnexal mass. So Boas et al. In their study, they have taken two groups of independent cohorts of both ovarian cancer benign and malignant cases. They integrated lipidomics profiling study of the plasma as well as ascitic fluid with available tumor transcriptome data. They analyzed for more than 500 plasma lipids in these two independent cohorts containing both benign and malignant ovarian cancer cases. They observed that 249 lipid classes were reduced in malignant cases in both the cohort, out of which 23 metabolites like triacylglycerol, phosphatidylcholine, and cholesterol ester were validated. They observed there is greater alteration in diacylglycerol in early stage of cancer and lysophospholipid in late stage of cancer. They also noted that there exists a positive correlation between lipids of plasma and ascitic fluid. They simultaneously noted that plasma lipids like diacylglycerol with fatty acid chain length 16-8 monounsaturated, they improved the accuracy of tumor marker CA125 in differentiating early cancer from benign tumor with increased sensitivity and specificity. So this is their observation showing the different lipid content in two independent cohorts with different lipid content. So in malignancy, in benign condition. This is the diagnostic application of lipidomics for the screening. So diagnostic application of lipidomics fingerprints to bladder carcinoma. So Kushian et al. In their study, they revealed that LCMS non-targeted lipidomic study in urine sample of bladder cancer patients and provided a guideline to screen potential markers, lipid potential markers in urine as a non-invasive technique. They revealed that more than 30 lipid species are the possible target biomarkers for bladder cancer. So when they saw the urine cytology was positive in only 30% in case of tumor, in the presence of tumor, where lipidomic studies show positive in 100% of patients, indicating that this non-invasive technique can be used in initial tumor diagnosis and also during recurrence with and for high-speed scanning or screening. Thus, the lipidomics can be used in the diagnosis of early stage cancer from the benign diseases. It can be helpful in identification of cancer subtypes. It can be used to show the metabolic origin of the precancerous condition leading to cancer, and it is helpful in identifying the screening markers or screening tools for a large scale study. Besides that, it has translational usages, so they can be used in the therapy. So lipidomics is widely used to discover new therapies for cancer, as it provides new trend of drug discovery and development. Some of the lipids can be used as membrane disrupting agents or as key components of nanocarriers for various therapeutics. They are also used as adjuvants in immunotherapy. One of the examples is this heterogeneous monophospholipid lipids derived from Salmonella monocytida R595. It proved safe and effective in inducing key helper one type immune responses to heterologous proteins in animal and human vaccines. These are some of the therapeutic targets or therapeutic targets in lipidomics. So what we identified, because in the cancer stem cells, usually the pathway or the lipid reprogramming pathway which has been stimulated, they are mostly fatty acid synthesis, fatty acid oxidation, fatty acid elongation, desaturation, as well as esterification as and LP, that is lipid droplet synthesis. So the key molecules that participate in this, those are this fatty acid synthase, this SRBP, this acetyl-CoA carboxylase, epicitrate lyase, the fatty acid uptake protein, this saturation desaturase enzyme. So these are the molecules to be targeted for treatment. So they are the they are the therapeutic targets for by the lipidomics. Besides that, this is an example of sphingomyelinase, whose upregulation and downregulation shows that if it is downregulated, it leads to more sphingomyelin accumulation with more tumor chromosome, whereas if the sphingomyelinase concentration increases, it leads to more ceramide formation, which participate in apoptosis, which is a protective phenomenon. Similarly, the aggressiveness of the tumors are decided by this monoacyl visceral lipase, which converts monoglycerides to fatty acid, because fatty acids are the source of this lysophosphatidic acid, these ether lipids, which acts as they act as the signal molecule for more progression of the tumor tissue. So these molecules are the molecules of interest for therapeutic targeting. So this is how lipidomics also participates and providing its translational value. So to conclude, lipidomics aims at analyzing the complex set of lipid molecules and their integration, which represent a powerful framework. Lipidomic changes in cancer cells and tumor tissues can be useful for both fundamental and translational studies with new insight into molecular mechanism and for targeted anti-cancer therapy. Though the diagnostic and therapies targeting specific protein-based biomarkers have demonstrated enormous success, the evaluation of efficacy for lipid biomarkers for cancer is still in its infancy. With a number of preclinical compounds and strategies of lipidomics, we are at the doorstep of exploiting an underappreciated hallmark and promising targets for cancer therapy. For an integrative analysis of metabolism, it must be combined with different other omic approaches and levels of study to answer a biological question. So thank you for your presence here.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to
Thank you,
Shankar, sir.
ma'am. Thank you, madam. So it's an excellent session, madam, as expected. So madam has well said about the lipid composition of tumor tissues that varies depends upon the type of tumor, stages, and malignant characteristics. Definitely, the ongoing researches in lipid biomarkers, and also madam has highlighted about the mass spectrometry with the liquid chromatography. based lipidemic techniques. So along with other omic techniques, definitely it is going to solve the biological questions related to the cancer, especially in prevention, diagnosis, and therapy. And definitely it is going to be the game changer in the field of cancer in future. It's a good news for cancer patients and they can have a big smile. Thank you, madam, for sharing your knowledge and experience with us. It's really a feast before our lunch. Thank you, madam, once again. I request all the participants to put their questions in the chat box. Once again, I thank everyone and our organizing team for this great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I guess there are no question chat box. So now moving on to the virtual honoring ceremony. I think Vishnu Bhatt wants to say something, sir.
No, not exactly.
Yes. Okay, sir. So moving on to the virtual honoring ceremony, we would like to honor our speaker for today. Thank you, madam, for being with us. Next, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to virtually honor our chairperson, Dr. Shankar sir. Thank you, Shankar sir, for chairing the session today. Thank you, sir. So moving on with the scientific session, I would now like to hand upon the stage to Dr. Ravi Kumar sir, who will be the moderator for the next session. Thank you.
Bennett has not joined.
So Bennett joined, sir. Sir. Dr. Bennett, are you there?
Maybe he has to be allowed to enter, no?
I think yes, we can see in the panel list, sir.
No, we have to make him a host or co-host or something.
No, we have made the panelist actually, so you can able to present now. Bennett, sir, are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes. Shall we start, sir? Or we can wait for a few minutes because the session will start by 12:40, sir. But we are a little earlier. So
If people are available, we can start, unless you want to give 5 minutes break or something.
Okay, sir.
So that they can eat early.
Okay. So the session will be start next 5 minutes. So we are starting, sir. So good afternoon to one and all. Now we are in the today's final sessions of BMS Econ. The final science session of the scientific talk is COVID-19 impact on building the startup by Dr. Bennett Bosco Das, who is a founder and CEO of 30M Genomics Private Limited. So in this COVID-19, many optimistic stood up to start a startup. Now they are scaling up to be a unicorn. So one among is Dr. Bennett Bosco Das. And to chair this session, we have a well-renowned person, Dr. Vishnu Bhatt sir, who is a Director of Medical Research of Arubade Medical College. I hope Bennett will be very happy to have Vishnu Bhatt sir as chairing this session. So to introduce, I welcome you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. Just before lunch, we are having a good program. Dr. Bennett was my PhD student. He joined JIPMER as a PhD student. It is by chance that I took him because when he passed the exam and came for counseling, there was no eligible guide. So everybody said, I don't know, I have enough. So I said, okay, if nobody wants, I will take him. So I took him. But I am lucky that he was a very good student and he did a lot of work. And not only got a grant for his PhD work, although JIPMER gives about 4 lakhs for their research, but he could get ICMR DBT funding to the tune of almost 45 to 50 lakhs. And we could take another 2 research fellows in that projects. So his one PhD gave 3 other PhD students, and all of them have completed their PhD program. After completing his PhD program, he joined the JPR Engineering College. Later, he joined the Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Science and Research Center, Pondicherry, as scientist. Then he moved to Andhra Pradesh to the Vignan's University. And he has become an entrepreneur and a startup owner. And for the last 2 years, he is having his own startup company and is CEO as 30M Genomics. And he is already having 2 projects going on. Affordable personalized medicine platform for reducing drug side effects, and another one on highly affordable and rapid prenatal assay for screening and diagnosis of fetal aneuploidy. Dr. Ravi Kumar is with him in these projects also. So we are having a joint project with the AVMC and the 30M Genomics. He has published about 18 papers and also has written a book chapter, and he has got 2 patents. If he had continued JIPMER, probably I would have had my name also in the patent. So it's a good thing. And he has got several awards, and a very enthusiastic young person, works very hardworking. So I am sure that he will enlighten us on these startup companies which have had or having problems because of COVID. What happens before COVID and after COVID, in between during COVID. So I am sure that it will help many of our PhD students and faculty members who want to start a startup project, and I'm sure that it will give good direction to the participant. So I welcome you, Dr. Bennett, and stage is yours, so you can start.
Thank you, sir. It was really, I'm honored to get the introduction from you, sir. Sir mentioned I have worked hard, but to be frank, sir's support and his encouragement only made me to work. So thank you so much, sir. And thank you, Dr. Ravi, for the introduction. So I hope we can enter into this session, sir.
Yes, sir.
I will share my screen.
I think you should be able to share now. Yeah.
So are you able to see my screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You can start, sir.
Good morning, all. As sir mentioned, I'm going to just have a discussion on the startups growth before and after COVID. So this is not going to be a completely a scientific session. So we can have it as a discussion session. So because we just want to showcase how startups grown during COVID and how COVID impacted on this startups. So myself, Dr. Bennett, and I'm the founder and CEO of 30M Genomics. And we started our startup 30M Genomics just before the COVID in exactly around July 2019. And I can be very proud that we have worked during this COVID and we have delivered few products. Just a second. So we have launched a product also into the market during this COVID situation itself. So we got support from the government, we got support from our vendors to do this during this COVID situation. And that's what I'm going to explain today. So as the proverb goes, change is the only thing that will never change. So whenever there is a crisis, either it is a pandemic or a war or a natural disaster or a depression, a economic crisis, whatever happens, whenever there is a huge crisis, there will be two sides of a coin, right? So one is the negative part where people will think about the hunger, the people will think about the unemployment, the death of lives, and the totally a hopelessness will be prevailing during that situation. On the other hand, some people will take it as an opportunity and will give revolutionary products. They will change the whole technology. For example, during this COVID-19 crisis, the whole technology shifted towards the digital rather than the traditional methods. Almost everything, almost all the businesses, almost all the industries shifted towards a digital technology. And next thing is it will give the opportunity to people and to entrepreneurs or industrial persons to be self-reliant, not to depend on anyone else, not to depend on any other sectors or schemes or governments. We can be self-reliant, and it will also give out-of-box thinking capacity to the people. So rather than following the traditional methods, we can totally change the thing and do it something new. And obviously it will give you a very good experience. So this is up to us whether we will go in the negative side or in the positive side, whether we will take a crisis as an opportunity or totally a loss. So this word is very common nowadays. This new normal thing, either in a healthcare setup or in education sector, whatever it is. So what I'm showing here is how we did our day-to-day life before COVID and after COVID. So for example, most of the people know about Big Basket, which is a grocery and vegetable delivery startup. So before this COVID, they are just a startup, and very few people used to use this Big Basket for their day-to-day use. But post-COVID and especially during COVID, Big Basket has generated a lot of revenue because people are afraid to go out for market or get things. And since Big Basket is able to deliver it to their homes itself and in a highly sterile condition, so they opted to move towards Big Basket. So, and they generated a lot of revenue and they joined this growing startups during this COVID situation. And post-COVID, obviously, there is a irreversible effect on the people. So the benefits they have, benefits they have enjoyed during this COVID situation, like door delivery of vegetables, they started having that post-COVID also. So this is one thing. This is a more common thing about the payments. So previously there will be a lot of cash payments. During COVID, they have even conducted a study and they have explained that there is COVID infection transmission through currency notes also. So people almost stopped using this currency notes, and this digital payments whereas digital payments increased in the market revenue. Paytm, PhonePe, Google Pay, everything increased their revenue during this COVID situation, and now people are getting into this irreversible form. And obviously, food industry, the restaurants, and the people also started using this Swiggy, Zomato, and other delivery partners for their food deliveries. And education is one of the unexplored sector before COVID for this digital technology. So post COVID or during COVID, this digital technology has affected more the education sector. Like for example, Byju's, White Hat Junior, these startups have supported a lot for education during this COVID. And obviously, finally, coming to the healthcare setup. So previously, people used to go to a medical shop and they will get the medicines. Now we have a lot of startups working on that. They will deliver the medicines. You can order the medicines online. They will deliver it to your home. So like pharmacy, 1mg, there are many startups out there working on this. And even people used to go to hospital before COVID. They will used to go to hospital for a consultation purpose. So post COVID, just for consultation, people are not going to hospital. You can do that consultation in a digital way, just using your mobile, like the apps like M-File. You need not to go to a hospital. You can have your consultation in your mobile itself. So these are some of the changes which COVID had incurred into the mind of the people about the technology and about the benefits of having such a technology in our environment. So startups are helping in developing these technologies rather than MNCs or a big corporates. Startups are helping in developing these technologies. So when you see the definition of a startup, startup is nothing but a like a person's person towards developing some technology or towards developing or creating a social impact. So this person is coming out of this comfort zone. He may be getting a monthly salary. He may be getting a very good job. So he is very comfortable in that zone. So he is coming out of that zone and he is entering into a very risky zone where he has to learn new things and he has to perform everything on his own and he has to deliver products or deliver service within a short deadline. So a big corporate, which is comprising of like 1,000, 2,000 people, you can just compress into like just a 10% team and has to do the same work a corporate is doing. So that's a startup. So within a short time, they can generate a lot of things. They can provide a lot of products to the public, and they can also grow within a very short time. And the starting point for your startup is just an idea and the courage to take up that idea further. So the difference between a corporate setup and a startup is very simple. A corporate, they have a very defined setup, a very defined environment where you have separate departments to do specific works. For example, you have accounts department, you have a procurement department who will take care of everything differently, right? But in startup, you have a very small team, maybe around 5 to 10 people, and the startup team has to take care of everything. Starting from research and development, finance, accounts, legal proceedings, everything, this 10-member team has to take up. So compared to a corporate, a startup is having a huge work, right? And when you see the culture of startup and corporate culture is, as I mentioned, it's totally defined. It has to follow some hierarchy. It has to follow some guidelines. But in startup, it's just like a messy thing. Okay, there is no guidelines. There is no like a defined work culture. So whoever wants to do whatever, they will do it, and finally they will come up with the product or service. So that's how startup works. And with this small definition about this startups, we can see the fall of startups during this COVID. Frankly speaking, per year in India alone, almost 3,000 to 5,000 startups are being registered. But out of this 3,000 to 5,000 startups, only around 2% of these startups are successful. So during this COVID, almost 59% of the startups, even including successful startups also, 59 startups have either shut down their process, shut down their operations, or scaled down their operations. You can be very aware of a few industries. For example, entertainment industry. So entertainment industry was almost totally shut down or scaled down during this COVID situation. And almost 41% of the startups are like they don't have enough funds to go further even for 1 or 3 months itself. So most of the startups shut down during the COVID situation, and they took it, they fall into the negative side of this crisis. And we are going to see the positive side of the crisis. I don't want to go into more into this negative side. I would just want to show the positive impact of COVID on these startups. So some startups took this COVID crisis as an opportunity. And if you see this graph, this is about the unicorn startups during the last 10 years. So starting from 2010 and up to 2020 and up to today, the increase in the Indian unicorn startups is huge. If you see in 2010, around only one startup per year has become unicorn. Unicorn is nothing but which has like raised your funds of 100 crores, 1 billion. 1 billion is the target for a unicorn. So in 2010, just one startup. In 2011, again, just one startup. Up to 2012, 2013, just one startup per year will become unicorn, which has gradually increased from 2019 when the COVID started. From 2019, the unicorn growth of startups has reached a higher growth, and in 2021 till now the year has not been completed, but till now 39 startups in this year alone has become unicorn. So far in the last decade we have totally 76 unicorn startups, and in this year alone, just in last 11 months, 39 startups has become unicorn. So some of the unicorn startups in India are like this Paytm, which has recently converted to IPO, OYO, Big Basket, Pharmacy, Cred. All these are happened in just last 5 years. They had become unicorn, and they took this opportunity of COVID, and even they moved to from unicorn to IPO. IPO is the initial public offering after becoming into a unicorn. So Paytm, even Nika has recently converted to IPO. So these are some of these startups which have helped during this COVID situation in different sectors. For example, they have developed a lot of tools for surveillance, like smart cameras or goggles, so which can help in crowd management or even biometry in colleges or in hospitals. For biometry, they have developed different technologies. And there are some startups which work especially on crowd management, movement detection, and geofencing. For example, there's a positive cases for monitoring the positive cases, and there's zone maintenance, red zone, orange zone, all those zone maintenance. They have developed a lot of technologies, and they have also managed or help in surveillance of the people moving from one place to another. And even they have used drone technology for surveillance, sanitization, and delivering vaccines, delivering medicines from one place to another. So, for example, recently Apollo has partnered with a startup to do this drone-based delivering technology for medicines and vaccines. And also the startups work with disinfection devices. So you might have seen like non-touch disinfection, non-touch, which will give you this sanitizing liquids, right? Just infrared-based sanitizing liquid providers, small machines which is being implemented or which is being installed in front of hospitals, offices, etc. Right? And also they have developed a lot of technologies for mass production of PPE kits, mass production of masks. Even they have come up with new technologies in mask itself. Apart from this N95, N99, they have come up with new technologies like nanotechnology based mask, For example, eSpin Nanotech, which is based in IIT Kanpur. So they have come up with a mask which is based on nanotechnology. So it can stop almost all kind of bacteria and also COVID infection. So they come up with that technology, and small startups like Parisodhana, which is based in Hyderabad, they come up with a reusable mask, which is just based on a fiber. It can be reused, it can be washed, and it can be reused. So it has the same effect of N95 mask, and it can be used for longer time. So some other startups like Ola, Uber. Ola has become a unicorn, and maybe in a year they will also move towards IPO. So they have helped people in moving from one place to another, and even whoever traveled in Ola cabs, they have seen a massive change, because previously there will be a direct contact between the driver and the customer. Now they have kind of isolated the driver with the help of some screens or something. So these kind of changes we can see, and these startups, when government has stopped this public transportation, so these startups and these service providers have helped people from for moving from one place to another, right? And the companies like Voyo is also a startup company. So these startup companies, which is based on this hotel business, due to this COVID, they have seen a very massive loss. Even Voyo was in a very high growth before COVID, but when COVID hits people, so its business was totally in loss, because government has shut down the hotels, government has shut down tourism, everything was shut down. So it was totally in a loss, and they changed their business plan. They changed their business idea. That's how each entrepreneur will take up the opportunity. So which was totally in a different way before COVID. They changed their business idea and they converted their hotels into quarantine centers. So they were able to keep up the business even after COVID effect also. And some startups worked in healthcare sectors for providing this diagnostic kits, and they even started new diagnostic centers. For example, there is a startup in Hyderabad which is working on this genome analysis. They totally involved into this COVID testing, which is called MapMed Genome. So the company name is MapMed Genome. So they started this COVID testing, and they got huge revenue out of this COVID testing alone. And some startups, for example, a very young startup from Bangalore called NeoDX, they introduced a rapid RT-PCR testing kit. So they introduced new testing kits. They introduced diagnostic centers, even compared to the MNC companies, even for example, Kayagen or Thermo Scientific. The startups worked very quicker, very faster, and developed this testing kits, which has to be massively produced for a huge number of people. So which was not even able to attain to by this MNC companies. The startups are able to do it within a very short period. And some startups come with health monitoring solutions. Like I will explain more about one startup which helped a lot in this health monitoring solution. And some startups came up with ventilators, splitters, because before COVID, all these things, like for example, a ventilator manufacturing, before COVID, a MNC company has to take care of it, because it's a very huge market and it's a very big industry. A small company or a small startup cannot do or cannot manufacture a ventilator. But that trend has changed after this COVID. A lot of startup companies started providing these ventilators, started manufacturing ventilators and other small diagnostic devices, or a medical device, or a management device. All these things startups have started manufacturing. And some startups, they started thinking out of the box. So they helped people to come out of this COVID effect, not only in health wise, also in physical health or a mental health. So some startups helped in that. So these startups have their own mobile applications, and they will contact these patients, or patients who have recovered from COVID. They will contact these patients and they will help them in coming out of that mental depression or the effect COVID had in them, right? And also it helped the people who lost their relatives or friends during this COVID situation. For them also, these startups help a lot to come out of the effect. And even some startups worked with government to provide a COVID-19 helplines, to provide information about vaccination centers, information about the diagnostic centers in and around the people. And even they help the people to know about this quarantine centers where you can get this quarantine reports or whatever. Whatever connected with this COVID, these startups with their mobile applications, they helped. And now we will see some peculiar startups which have developed and which have provided a very good product to the people during this COVID situation. One such startup is DAY2. DAY2 has developed a very good product which was very popular during this COVID situation. So if, for example, if you take a hospital and the ICU unit, so this intensive care unit in each hospital will have always limited beds. The number of beds will be limited because it has to be connected with high-end devices which will frequently monitoring the patient. And there should be personnel like nurse or a doctor has to be near the patient always to monitor them continuously, because the patient may go critical anytime. So there has to be some personnel, there has to be some devices which again has to be monitored by some person during this situation, the critical situation in an ICU. So this DAY2 startup, they come up with a very good product which helps avoiding people, like direct contact of people, either a nurse or doctor with a patient. It will avoid that direct contact, and it will avoid the transmission of infection from the patient to the doctor or a nurse, right? So this particular product is like a heat pad, like just a kind of a fabric which can be kept below the bed of the patient. So if it is kept below the bed of the patient, this particular product will send information to a central unit which is kept away from the ICU. So it will send the information to the central unit about that parameters, basic parameters like SpO2 level or the patient's pulse. So those kind of basic parameters, it will send the information to the central unit. So without going near the patient itself, we can monitor all those informations from a central unit. And if your patient's condition goes critical suddenly, so it will get alarm. It will provide alarm in the central unit. So the nurse or a clinician get alarmed and they can go and see the patient. So till that, they need not to directly go in contact with the patient. So this also helps to convert a normal hospital bed into an ICU bed. So you need not to have only ICU units to monitor critical patients. The same critical patient can be in a normal bed, so which can be converted to ICU bed with the help of this particular product. And this hopefully will begin into a unicorn in next 1 or 2 years. And they are doing really good, and they have collaborated with many hospitals and converting their normal beds into ICU beds. It can be used not only for hospitals. They started delivering this product to homes also, because government has recommended people not to come to hospitals unless otherwise they are really critical. So whoever is in quarantine, self-quarantine, they can have this particular product in their bed and their room can be closed. So if their SpO2 level is decreasing, it will send the information to the relatives or friends. So the patient is going into critical, you have to contact the hospital. So that kind of information can be derived from this DAY2 application also. So they started providing this as a subscription model. So they will give this product to the patient either in hospital or in a home-based quarantine also. So they can take it in a subscription model, or they can get the product and they can use it forever. So this is such a good product. So another one product, another one startup is BlackRock Technologies, which is based in Bangalore. So their product is a portable freezer, portable cooler and a freezer. So if you take vaccine delivery to remote villages, like people living in mountains, like tribal communities, for the tribal communities or very remote places, taking a vaccine to their places is really very critical. Mostly we have a traditional way of taking these vaccines. We will have a ice box. We'll keep this ice packs into that, and we'll keep the vaccines, and we will take it to the remote places. But the problem here is the ice packs cannot maintain a certain temperature. A constant temperature cannot be maintained with the help of ice packs. So to avoid that situation, they come up with a portable cooler which can maintain this constant temperature like 4 degree or even below 0 degree. Also, it can maintain it for a particular time, like 1 to 2 days. It can maintain it without use of any it is battery powered. So without use of any additional equipment, you can maintain that temperature, and it can be used for remote delivery of vaccines or any other medicines. So this also had created a huge impact in COVID situation. And obviously, this is one such startup which took COVID as an opportunity because for learning purpose, people generally goes to schools or colleges. During this COVID situation, school, colleges, everything got shut down. So this Byju's, this particular startup, and now actually they are not a startup. They have grown more than a startup. Just before the COVID, they are a startup, and during COVID, they have become a unicorn, and post COVID, they are becoming into a MNC now. So they have grown into a massive growth, one of the highest growth grown startup in India is Byju, and now they have become the world's highest grown edtech startup. This Byju, this is the highest grown startup in the world itself. So this Byju took COVID as an opportunity, and during this COVID, they have marketed in such a way people can learn from their home itself. Kids can learn from their home itself. They need not to go to schools. They need not to go to any tuition center. They need not to come out of their room itself. There itself they can learn, and they have put the lessons, they have put the modules in such a way to keep the kids entertaining, keep the kids interacting with the faculty of Byju's, and they have grown. They have made a lot of revenue out of it, and even they have acquired other edtech-based startups and most along with them itself. So they took this opportunity. They have grown it very well. So when it comes to startups, people will always think about the funding for the startups. And during COVID, of course, even there are some agencies like BIRAC, DST, MIT, ICMR. So many agencies, government agencies are providing funds, project support to this COVID, to this startups. But during this COVID situation, so this funds, government funds has largely reduced, and all these funds has been channelized to COVID schemes. So only startups which are working in COVID or COVID related products, COVID related service, government is providing funds to that. So other startups which is totally not at all connected with the COVID situation suffered a lot. Even we are not working in COVID. In 2019, we didn't start anything at all. So we have applied for funding to BIRAC, and under a scheme called a BAG. During that time, COVID affected. So the whole scheme was stopped. Whole scheme was stopped. There was no presentation. There was no money disbursement. Nothing was there. The whole scheme was stopped. The whole fund was shifted towards COVID relief. So almost 1 year, we struggled a lot. So after 1 year, we got the funds and we started moving. But anyhow, this fund problems, the financial problem is just the tip of the iceberg. So when it comes to startup, there is a lot of other problems like team management, product delivery, and even management of resources. Everything is a huge problem, but this financial problem is just a very little, because there are lot of people to support this startup entrepreneurs, starting from the family and friends and the government agencies and the angel investors, venture capitalists. So many people are there to help the startups. And during this COVID situation also, this venture capitalists, this angel investors, and the government schemes, that's what made some of the startups, at least some of the startups, to thrive throughout this crisis. So after this crisis, maybe government, with the help of government agencies and angel investors, other startups in other fields also, they will come up with good products. So thank you for this wonderful opportunity. So I hope I have discussed some of this effect of COVID on startups.
Thank you, Dr. Bennett. I think there may be some questions, but I don't find except one in the chat box. There, I think the question is what percentage is supported by the government, central or state government for startup, I think.
Sorry, sir, I couldn't get your question.
I'm reading from the chat box.
Yes.
But before that, I think you have presented very nicely. You have said how to use the loss into opportunity, or from shifting from one to other. There is a saying that if you go to a place where they eat snake, you try to cut the learn how to cut the middle piece and eat. So depending upon the situation, you should learn how to live. And obviously, I think you had a good fortune in getting through some of these projects. I think something related to what is written in the chat box, you must be getting, when you start up, you start from the government, you probably tax-free maybe, and also they will give a loan, which probably need not be returned also, I think. You may.
Yes, sir. There are different schemes are available. For example, we don't have a startup at all. Just if a person wants to check their idea, just whether they think that their idea is valuable and they want to try it. So in that case, the government is providing grants itself. So for example, there is a scheme called Nidhi Prayas from DST, so which will provide up to 10 lakhs just to check your idea. So whether that idea will work or not, just to make a proof of concept. So once the proof of concept is ready, we can go for a prototype, and that can be funded by BIRAC under the scheme Biotechnology Ignition Grant, BIG grant. So they will give up to 50 lakhs. When it comes to Nidhi Prayas, which is giving 10 lakhs, we cannot get the salary. So the person whoever is checking the idea or whoever he is recruiting, they have to put their own money. They have to generate funds through some other sources to provide the salary or take his own salary. So for that, they have to generate their own funds. But when it comes to this BIG grant by BIRAC, they will provide 50 lakhs, which is also include salary for the employees. So that can be taken, and this is a grant previously. So like till 2020, it was a grant, complete grant. Even if we are successful or fail, we need not to pay it back. But from 16th call, that is from 2020, they have changed that scheme a little bit. If the startup becomes successful and if they are marketing their product, which is funded by BIRAC, they have to pay back the money, whichever money they got from BIRAC based on royalty, 5% royalty. So there will be no interest, there will be no tax on this amount. But if it is only successful, then they have to pay it back as 5% royalty. And once the prototype is developed, the person has to go for a test marketing, or again they have to go for commercialization. For that, again they have different funding schemes are there. For example, in BIRAC, they have SPIRI is there, and P2P is there. There are many schemes are there for commercialization around. So with these schemes, they can go for a clinical validation, and they can go for test marketing, and even they can launch the product into the market. But these schemes are not exactly grants. For example, SPIRI is like if you are asking only for 50 lakhs, they will provide the complete amount as a grant. If it is above 50 lakhs, they will give up to 1 crore to 2 crore also. So if it is above 50 lakhs, BIRAC will expect the applicant also to contribute a few amount. So we also have to contribute a little amount. BIRAC also will put little amount. And if it is above 50 lakhs, it will be a loan. So there will be a particular interest will be there. Obviously, it will be around the 3 to 4%, which is very, very cheaper compared to this banks. Banks will take at least 12% for business loans, but government will give it at around 3 to 4% itself. So that will be a loan if it is above 50 lakhs. And again, for mass production also, we have funds under BIRAC itself. BIRAC will support even up to 50 crores also. So that much support government is doing. And moreover, once this government schemes are like after prototype and after commercialization is done, there will be a lot of venture capitalists and angel investors will be ready to invest in our company. So we can take it from them also, but on equity basis. They will give both the loan, also on equity basis also. We can go ahead with that. So most of the grants are tax free, and most of the loans comes with a very less interest.
There is one question, Bennett.
Yeah.
Is there any other government benefits other than funding?
Yeah. So government, apart from funding, they are providing mentor support also. There is a scheme by government called a Startup India scheme. They have a separate website also. We can just as an individual or as a startup, we can register in that Startup India website. And they are having lot of mentors in that scheme. So we can get whatever like doubts we have, we can get clarified with the mentors. And government, both the state government and the central government, they have implemented incubation centers in both. Also, the private universities also having incubation centers, but the government, they themselves have implemented incubation centers in central universities and also in state universities. So this incubation centers will help us, either individual or a startup, will help us in getting the funds, in getting a proper business plan, because most of the people entering into this startup environment, they'll be having a like a good idea, and either if it is a researcher, they'll be having a good idea, research oriented concepts on their idea, but they don't know how to make their idea into a commercial product. So that business aspects, this incubation centers will help. So they will help us in making a very good business plan. And also this incubation centers will help in showcasing our product to the public, and they will also help in scaling up also. So government, they will not only help in funding, they will also provide mentorship. They will also help in showcasing our product. They will also help in scaling up our product. And apart from funding, even if you are not getting funding, if you are like bootstrapping, or if you are getting funds from other investors, and scaling up our technology, and we are getting into manufacturing, during that time, government will help in giving tax relaxation. So for example, there is a relaxation called angel tax exemption. So when an angel investor is investing in our startup company, usually there is a 30% interest is there. For example, if they are investing 10 lakhs, we have to pay 3 lakhs as interest to the company, like a income tax. So that particular 10 lakhs is considered as an income for the startup company. So they have to pay 3 lakhs as an income tax to the government. So they have come up with the angel tax exemption, so which we can avail it for 3 years. So usually a company is considered a startup for the first 10 years, first 10 years of operation, or till when it reaches around some 10 crore to 25 crores revenue, till that it is considered as a startup. So during this 10 years, they can take a 3 years relaxation for this angel tax. So we need not to pay angel tax. The whole 10 lakhs can be utilized for our company purpose. And another one scheme is also there, like income tax exemption. Not only for the angel tax investment, even during this 10 years, if we are generating a revenue less than 25 crores, for that also we can get a exemption to like pay the income tax. So the same income tax we can put back into our company, and we can help the growth of the company. So these kind of benefits we are getting from the government.
The government has developed so many facilities. Only thing is we should know how to utilize.
Yes, sir.
And you should have a good team. I used to go for this BIRAC meeting. They regularly used to call me. So every project will be 49.5 lakhs or 50 lakhs. So I asked, what is the secret of 50 lakhs? Then what you said exactly, they told me that up to 50 lakhs, if they succeed is fine. If they do not succeed, we don't ask it back. So they can write it off. But once you succeed in one project, next project easily you'll get.
Yes, sir.
In the sense, once they have confidence in you, they keep on giving. So every meeting I will see more or less same people coming with the next project after project.
Yes.
So I think it's a good thing. I am sure that you have given a lot of information to our participants. I think Ravi Kumar wants to ask one more question probably.
Yes, sir. So with this huge benefits, why the startups fails actually?
So the startups fails because of two main reasons. One reason is as a startup entrepreneur, we think our idea is very valuable. We think when we put our idea into the market, people will come and take it like anything. So that's the mindset of each entrepreneur. But when we work on that particular idea, at one point we may realize, some people will not realize also, we may realize that that product is not that worth in the market. So it cannot compete with other manufacturers, or people are not interested in that particular product. There are many companies shut down because of that particular situation. And the second thing is about the team management. So the startups, so usually they will be having a very little team. Usually it will start like initially with one or two people, like 2, 3, maximum of around 4 people only initially will be there. So if that particular team is well managed, like if there is a proper interaction between them, the whole team has to work towards the same person. That person should have, it should be like same among all the team members. So then they can work together, and then they can make their idea successful. If there is no proper interaction between them, there is same workforce or same energy is not among those team members, then the startup will definitely fail. Even the investor will first, they will see about the team members rather seeing the idea. First they will see the team members, who are the team members, how far they are working, how much they have put effort into this startup. So that kind of information they will see among the team members, then only they will see the idea. So these are the two main reasons the startups will fail. None of the startup in India failed because of financial situation, because there are a lot of people are ready to help startups apart from government also, because even venture capitalist is a huge market nowadays. So they have to put money into some startups so that they can generate revenue. So there are a lot of people to help. So finance is not at all a problem for a startup.
How to validate our product? So you say that once it reaches the market, it fails, right?
Yeah.
So how to validate before we are going to the market?
Yeah. So first thing is validating the idea. So whether that idea is really doable or not, if it is a product oriented concept, whether the idea is really doable or not. Once we come up with the prototype, first we have to do a test marketing. So after this, we will do a basic validation, like a laboratory validation or a field validation. Then we will go for test marketing. This test marketing is very, very important. We have to go with a limited number of customers, and we have to get their feedback. And this feedback is also very important. We have to work on the product again. We have to modify the product. It will take some time. Some products may click right away. Some products will take like even 5 years to a year, like little by little optimize the product and again putting back into the customer. And we have to identify some very good customers who will be able to help you again and again. Some customers will be like, initially they will be ready to take the product. And once they check the product, if the product is not up to their satisfaction, they will not come back to us. They will not help again. But some customers are like, they will give a proper feedback. So this is working for this. This is not working for this. This kind of problem we are facing. That kind of feedback we will get. So with that feedback, we have to again work on the product, and we have to put it back to the customer again. And the customer should be able to test it again. So that a proper feedback loop should be there. That is very important. So that's how we will validate it. And once this test marketing is done, we can enter into a proper market.
So if I have one idea and one product is, one prototype is ready, so straight away I can go for a startup, or I have to wait for a few products or a few prototypes to be developed so that I can have a very good backend support. See, for example, if I have 5 products, 3 products has failed, only 2 products can reach a success rate. In that case, so I have to wait until to develop multiple products and then go to the business model, or I have to wait for it actually?
So actually startups will never wait for anything. So even if we don't have a perfect product also, so that's the difference between a MNC and a startup. So MNC will wait for a product. They will do like 3 years, 5 years of R&D. They will do all the test marketing, everything, safety, all regulations they will follow, and then only they will come up with the product. That's how MNC works. But usually startups works with imperfection. So they will come up with the idea. They will just work on it. They will make it into a product. Within less than 1 or 2 years, they will come up with the product itself, and they will right away go to the customer. Whether it will fail or succeed, they will right away go to the customer. They will give it to the customer, and they will ask them to check. So that's how it works. So even if we are having a single product, we can go into the market. So we need not to wait for 5 products. But one thing is, when we are working on a product, once that R&D is done, once we are entering into the test market, it's always better to start working on the another product, because we don't know whether this will be successful or not. So I think I can remember Vishnu Bhatt sir has taught me this when I submitted my first project to ICMR for funding. Once the proposal is submitted, I went to him. He said the same thing to me. So you have submitted one proposal, don't wait for this proposal to be granted. You start working on the next proposal. So if you are sending like 3-5 proposals, we may get like 1 or 2 proposals. That's it. The success rate will be always less than 50%. So that's the same thing a startup should also do. If they are going up with one product, the success rate is very less. They may end up in failure. So if you are going with 3 or 4 products, 10 products like that, at least we can get some 2 or 3 successful products, which can give you a little revenue. 1 or 2 products which can give you a great revenue. So like that we have to work. So this has to be projected in such a way. Once I complete this R&D of first product, I will start the R&D of next product. Like that we should work, so that we will keep on putting our product into the market.
You have given us a lot of ideas, and I think there may be other questions from people, but they may be hesitant to ask. So we welcome them to ask you at personal level.
Yes, sir.
And they can mail you their questions. And I think, as you rightly said, how to use the opportunity, that is more important. And also, as you rightly said, and if you sit with one, it may fail, it may pass, we don't know. So when you have multiple, 1 or 2 will definitely click. And take forward whichever works, you take it forward. Whatever does not work, you leave it. That is another person will look into it. So I think we should thank him for a nice presentation and giving a lot of ideas for the participants. So Dr. Ravi Kumar, then you have to close the session.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Bennett. Thank you, sir. One announcement for all the delegates. So we will have the scientific presentation in all the 5 halls. Kindly log into that after 2 o'clock. Now we move to the honorarium session. I take the opportunity to thank Dr. Bennett for his wonderful talk on the startup. So I thank you, sir. Yes, sir. His elaborate talk on the importance of the startups. Now I thank our chairperson, Dr. Vishnu Bhatt, sir, who was given a very good insight about the startups. Thank you, sir. All delegates can join after 2 p.m. For the scientific presentation. Thank you, Bennett. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Best wishes.
Yes, sir. Mr. Pankaj, can I close the?
Shall we close the meeting now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.